So, 37 positives to music. Any objections? Anyone up there? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Only 37. Listen. I gotta rein it in somewhere, right? Okay, all joking aside, I was getting this set up, getting the capture set up and making sure everything was ready to go. And as I was doing so, I cannot put into words what this music did to me. It's hard. I can't put it into words. There's, like, Morrowind and Oblivion both are the only two that do this. They're the big ones. And, well, I like Jeremy Sills' music in general, and he's done some great stuff over the years. The soundtrack for this game, and for Morrowind specifically, has always been, in my opinion, his best work. And just... right? I mean, I'm sure several of you don't agree with me, and that's totally cool. It's just... damn, dude! He even does this perfectly. It's got this big, triumphant, almost marching tune, and then it goes into this, like, almost mystical theme. And then it pulls in the brass. Straight out of Neverwinter Nights. Right? Like, I can't analyze music because I don't know the linguistics. I don't know the vocabulary, but you can feel how it passes back and forth between big and small. Just da, da, and there's always a moment to catch your breath when it comes to the music, and then smash you right in the face again with it. And he just kind of beautifully goes back and forth between these two points. God. Yeah, no, I'm not actually joking here. I need to do this so I can alt-tab properly. This is getting a plus for music. I don't know, story or gameplay, what do you think for the intro? Or the fact that I forgot to mute my phone. Just, very, very few music hits me the way that hits me. Okay, Reloaded. I'm totes down with that. Totes. That's what you say nowadays, totes. Yeah, ironically, I was actually thinking... music tends to be for gameplay, except when it elevates the story. But I think for this... I think I kind of agree with what several people said. I think for this exact song, which only plays during the title crawl, that this song should be a story positive. Because if we're being honest, the overwhelming majority of the music in this game does not add to the story. It may add to the atmosphere, but the atmosphere is more, in this case, is actually an aspect of gameplay. So any other positives are going to go into gameplay, and any other negatives are going to go into gameplay. But I think this exact song is a story song, right here. And yes, I'm giving a plus for one song, and no, I don't care. I've done it before. We established that precedence a while ago. That's true, it's also used in the intro CGI, that's a valid point. So there you go. The story setup. Close, shut the gate to Oblivion. Bam! Kind of a thing. Okay. So I've got to be a little careful today. Oh, that looks weird. Get a little careful today because this is Oblivion, and Oblivion doesn't like being alt-tabbed. But I know how to do it, I know the tricks, and I've got some things. We obviously have no mods installed. This is a review. All the mods be gone. Now, we do have the DLC and stuff, but no mods whatsoever. Which will make this the first time in quite a while that I have played this game without mods. I'm not even 100% sure how long it's been since I've played this game without mods. I'd have to really think about that. It might literally have been since the game came out. I'm not sure I've done a plain Jane run ever since then. Either way, this is a review, of course. However, before we move forward, speaking of mods, plus to gameplay, for mod support and mod encouragement. And those are negatives. I should put those in the positives territory. There we go. We knew this one was coming. We actually established this precedence a while ago. And there's not actually a lot of games that get both of these positives. But this one absolutely does. In fact, quite a few Bethesda games will get both of these positives just right out the gate. Not many games have this level of mod support. And this is one of them. So, since we've given out 3 positives before we even start the game, I should mention that I love this game a lot. But only a fool would look at a game and completely not acknowledge the flaws in such a game, right? And Oblivion is a massively flawed game. So I'm actually pretty curious how this score is going to line up. I don't know. I really don't know. We will see. So let's tab here and then tab back. So new game.
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor. But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams. I have seen the gates of Oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land. This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era and the final hours of my life.
So, okay. That's a good example of how an actor can sell otherwise not great dialogue, because that dialogue isn't actually fantastic. It's almost bog standard fantasy intro. But Patrick Stewart just nails that so hard. In fact, I think a lot of the reason why people tend to be fond of this intro, other than the fact that it's actually a very well-designed intro gameplay-wise, is the fact that Patrick Stewart is Patrick Stewarting it up. By the way, hi, Bo Pipo. Welcome to the stream. I hope you'll enjoy being here and being a part of this. And then say, yes, I am. Now, I was going to say something in the middle of that, and I didn't want to interrupt the intro. I will also say that's probably my favorite of the various Elder Scroll intros right there, and this is my favorite of the Elder Scroll intro sections. Not just the opening crawl, but the the run through the escape through the prison and the sewers. Hi, Harkonnen. Harkonnen? I hope you enjoy the StarCraft run when he goes through it. When he goes through it. Yeah, Jeremy Sewell did Total Annihilation, which is funny, by the way. So let's get something out of the way. Just historically speaking. I just want to get this out of the way because I just researched this. We were talking about DLCs, right? And how Oblivion was the beginning of DLCs. Well, no, actually it was Total Annihilation. I'm not kidding. Near as I can tell, if you trace back DLCs as far back as it goes, the first actual DLCs, as we call them, not expansions, you know, nothing like that, not patch content, but the first DLCs were from Total Annihilation. They released little unit packs where you could, because Total Annihilation was incredibly modular, and you could just add units. I mean, there were tons of fan units that you could add to, and they would just release units as DLCs for TA. Now, I find that amusing, given that Jeremy Sewell actually did the music for that as well as for this game. But everyone blames this game for the advent of DLC being a problem nowadays, and there's a degree of logic to that which I don't want to dismiss. But to use my own terminology, this is a codifier, not an innovator. In fact, there was DLC even between Total Annihilation and Oblivion, because there was the Dreamcast. How many of you remember that the Dreamcast released DLC as a regular feature for several of its games? So, okay, so we've got Total Annihilation, which started the concept, and then we've got Dreamcast, which started releasing things. Surely then it's Oblivion, right? Nope. Then we have the Xbox, which became the Xbox Live Market, and the whole thing. I actually was going to write down the speech, but it doesn't matter that much. Because the Xbox Arcade and the Xbox Live released little bundles, and they were like, this is for the benefit of the players. Because now they could purchase one or two things for $2, rather than having to buy a bundle for $8. You know, the idea was being that most of that was stuff that they didn't actually want, and therefore didn't actually need, and therefore this is for player benefit. So there were several games, including Halo, Halo 2, I believe. No, it might have been Halo 1. I'm not sure which. It's one of the early Halos, because this is the original Xbox. And the Ninja Gaiden on the Xbox had several as well. So now surely we're up to Oblivion, right? Well, no. Because then we have the Xbox 360, which then went full tilt with regards to the microtransactions and the DLC stuff. Then we have Oblivion. Then we finally reach Horse Armor. And that's the point at which we can start blaming Oblivion for this. Now, again, this still qualifies as a codifier, because Oblivion hit such a wider market than anything that I've mentioned before. If you combine Total Annihilation, the entirety of the Xbox Live Pass, the Xbox 360 Live Pass stuff, all of that doesn't even equate to how much this game's reach and scope was. And this game really pushed DLCs. It was pushing the envelope. I've talked about this concept before. Which is funny because Bethesda has done that several times in the past and is still doing that to this day. Not in a good way, by the way. But I mention all of that because it's really funny. We all were pissed off about that back in the day, right? It was this huge deal. Did you know that it was actually one of their best-selling DLCs? The Horse Armor. So if you ever wonder why DLC took off, it's because people bought it. So, wanted to point that out. Take a drink anytime someone asks about mods. Thank you very much, Danny Devard. I never know how to pronounce that name. I'm terrible, I apologize, but thank you so much for the donation. If you know where you'd like to put that, please let me know, and I will jot that down for wherever you want that to go. Pokemon, you got it. Black and White 1. And I got a sub in the middle there, too, from Jazzy Too Good. Thank you, Jazzy Too Good, very, very much for the sub. Always appreciate, thank you. Do you know where you'd like that to go? I don't think I saw a message from you, and I did not. But no, this is a review. And so for the purposes of being a review, we are not going to do mods. Several people in chat are like, wait, didn't you already run this game recently? Yeah, like early last year, I want to say. So it's been about a year and a half, which I suppose doesn't sound like a long period of time. Feels like a long period of time to me. But I do want to point out that we didn't review the game back then because I was an idiot and didn't review it while we were doing it. So... Well, no, Gum Gum. Last time people were asking which mods I was using, because I was using quite a few. Oh yeah, by the way, funny fact. So I'm like, okay, install the game, hit go, you know, make sure everything's working. Wait, why do I have all my custom spells and equipment? Oh, right. It actually saves your mod status in between playthroughs, which is a good thing, actually. But it did make removing all the mods I had installed kind of an issue. I basically had to back up the entire folder and move it aside and then do a fresh blank reinstall in order to get rid of the mods. And even then I had to shift around a couple things to make this work. Probably not Loner. Truth be told, this might actually be the last time I play this game. It was Witcher 3 or FF15, whichever one was first, to Thor. Either way, I just wanted to get that. So let's jump into the game. Character name, obviously we're going to be Lore. Duh. So we can be male or female, and we can be or that, or that, or that. There's more than I thought there was. So all of these look dumb, and none of these matter. I'm not sure what I think of this. This is kind of a homogenization thing. You can play whatever, and it really doesn't matter. The amount that your race matters for gameplay is practically non-existent, and you're basically never going to see your own character model except this way. So it really... it's actually funny to me how much your character model does not matter for this game. Considering, and I know I've told this story before, the first time my friend and I picked up this game, we sat there for literally hours on this screen, specifically on these screens here, doing this stuff for hours and hours, and it was most of a day. Now, you see your character in the armor menu. And Plutonia? Oh goody, I get to see which model I have underneath the armor and the helmet that I'll be wearing. Whoop-de-doo. Max Payne 2, you got it. Hang on, I gotta do this. Alt-tabbing's kind of a thing, so we're gonna... Hang on. Negative for character race not giving a trade-off? Well, no, Walker. See, the thing is... yes, Mr. Red. Anything in between... full homogenization and hyper-specialization in terms of gameplay design doesn't really warrant a plus or a negative. It's just the approach they're using. These are not good and these are not bad, right? That being said, I'm actually inclined towards giving a positive for this. I know that sounds strange, especially since these have not aged well. Let's just go ahead and be honest with that. But the level of customization is actually kind of crazy. Yes, they do, Loner, in a manner that is so incredibly inconsequential that it only matters for speedruns or challenge runs. Actually, now you got me thinking, because I'm trying to think of other games that have this level of character customization. There's not many. So we've got Star Wars Galaxies. There's got to be another one. There's that stupid... Yeah, Black Desert. That's one. Black Desert, which I don't like that game, but they do have a huge amount of customizations. That's two I've come up with. Black Desert and Star Wars Galaxies. I'm not sure I would agree with Sims. I haven't played the Conan, the MMO Conan. Was it on Inquisition? God, I don't remember Inquisition. I really don't remember Dark Souls' character customization. Here's the deal. We're going to give this at least an aggregate positive. There's a lot. The reason I'm thinking aggregate instead of full is, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter. Like, you never see it, right? It's not like, to use Inquisition, it's not like Inquisition where you'll see your face in character screen, you know, in dialogue constantly. So the huge amount of customization matters because you're constantly going to be seeing what you look like. Whereas here, it's lots of options that don't mean anything. So, we call it character appearance options. That sounds like an option. There we go, okay. One of these days, we'll start the game. Okay, so we have to decide on our race. Now, this race sucks, and 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 this race sucks. But this is the best race, and this race sucks, and this race sucks, and this race sucks. So obviously there's only one choice. In all seriousness aside, the original reason I started gravitating towards Argonians, this would be back in Morrowind, is just because I liked the legs. Obviously the legs don't apply here. So when I first played Oblivion, I was like, hey, I'll go ahead and make an Argonian. I was like, oh, okay. And I did this. Remember, notice we don't see our body. So I didn't realize the legs were different. And then I was like, oh. And it just sort of stuck. Like, it just kind of kept being a thing, is that I kept being Argonian. But I will also say, and this is just my opinion, all joking and memeing aside, I think the humanoid faces haven't aged as well as the non-humanoid faces. Now, these don't look good. In fact, I actually prefer the Skyrim Argonians to these ones. But the point is, compare that to that. Plus, we can breathe underwater. Yeah, let's make ourselves super young. There we go. Super young. Oh, wait, no. Let's do like real pale. Hang on. No, back. Pale. Pale. Super pale. There we go. Yeah, that's where it's at. Right there. Right there. Let's see, what else we got here? The Palegonian. Wait, we need a beard. Hey, let's get our beard going on here. There we go. Now we have a beard. That looks terrible. Oh my god. Thankfully there is a reset button. God, that looks awful. Hang on. Can we do... What we got here? Do something a little more like that. There we go. That's a little better. That's a little better. And I'm not going to mess with anything else because it doesn't friggin' matter, like I said earlier. Hang on. Just checking something. Let's do that. There. Yes, this is me. So, the game beginneth. So the first thing I'm going to do is get another gameplay positive. Sorry. You're probably thinking, why? Well, this gameplay positive is for one thing, and one thing only. We've actually given this positive before, pretty rarely, but it has happened. This is our next gameplay positive. Now, this is not the best in-game console I've ever seen. That would actually be Skyrim, believe it or not, which has just an absolutely phenomenally amazing... Like, whenever we review Skyrim, it'll probably get 2 positives for how well done that built-in console is. But having a built-in console, and a good built-in console with access to basically everything, is a good thing, in my opinion. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Don't worry, I swear at some point we'll start getting to negatives.
must break your heart, huh? Being so close to the water, knowing you'll never get to swim again. You know, sometimes when they let us in the yard, you can hear the sounds from the lake. The boats, the gulls, so close. No, you'll never get to swim again, Argonian. But don't worry, you'll be dead soon enough. That's right. You're going to die in here. Hey, you hear that? The guards are coming. For you.
So I hope you enjoyed that, because that's one of the only times ever that the game actually acknowledges your race. Like, it'll barely maybe come up in random procedural dialogue later. That is effectively it. Oh yeah, I'll be seeing you later, buddy. Because we're doing all the quests within reason.
The messenger only said they were attacked.
No, they're dead. I know it.
My job right now is to get you to safety. What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed to be off limits.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Get that gate open. Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
Okay.
Prisoner, stand aside. Over by the window. Stay out of the way and you won't get hurt.
Okay, don't hurt me, please.
Prisoner, stand away from the door.
I don't even know what I did.
Now.
Why am I in this prison?
Stay put, prisoner.
Good. Let's go. We're not out of this yet.
You. I've seen you. Let me see your face. You are the one from my dreams. Then the stars were right. And this is the day. Gods give me strength.
Listen, that sweet roll was worth it. That's all I'm saying. I totally dug it. So, I'm sorry, what?
Assassins attacked my sons, and I am next. My blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell.
Hang on. Why am I in jail?
Perhaps the gods have placed you here so that we may meet. As for what you have done, it does not matter. That is not what you will be remembered for.
I will be remembered for my ability to do a really good Chi-Chi impression. No, I'm sorry. Who are you?
I am your emperor, Uriel Septim. By the grace of the gods, I serve Tamriel as her ruler. You are a citizen of Tamriel, and you too shall serve her in your own way.
Well, I can't fix the audio right now. Wait, I don't think I can. Oh, maybe I can. Holy crap. I can actually fix the audio. Okay, what do we got? Where's voice here? We'll just turn this down temporarily. Easy answer. It's nice having audio options that you can change in mid-cutscene, isn't it? Oh, by the way, this game will get skippable cutscenes because you can just blaze through all these conversations in like a couple of seconds, which is the equivalent of skippable cutscenes when it comes to this kind of gameplay, so... What should I do, my emperor? You should go and make a show called Picard, which some people will like and some people won't.
You will find your own path. Take care. There will be blood and death before the end.
Please, sire, we must keep moving.
I mean, honestly, no, I don't agree, Gum Gum. Ignoring the fact that we are just some random prisoner, nobody ever cared about and nobody ever will. We're obviously and clearly unarmed and unequipped.
Better not close this one. There's no way to open it from the other side.
That is a technical truth, Plutonia, which means you're wrong. But the point is, as we've discussed over the years, the point of the unskippable cutscene negative is for when it's actually egregious and getting in the way of the enjoyment of the game, which is a thing in many, many games. This is just not one of them.
Looks like this is your lucky
Don't
day.
try anything.
Just stay
I'm
out of
watching.
our way.
Huh, okay. Huh. One moment. Key bindings are wrong. Oh yeah, key bindings are really wrong. Holy crap. Okay. Whee! Whee! Bonk! So, at some point, we're going to have to discuss the physics engine. So, interestingly enough, several people have asked, even before we started the run, will the UI get a negative? I don't think it will. There's only one thing I don't like in terms of the UI design of this game. Literally only one. Can anyone even guess what it is? So, for those of you who don't actually remember, this was incredibly innovative and new and amazing back in the day. I'm not going to say that this was the first game to have this good of a physics thing. But, this is probably the first widespread game that had a physics engine like this. If you remember, and I talked about this during the lore run, Morrowind did not have a physics engine in the strictest sense of the word. Like, the Z-axis kind of didn't exist, even though it was a game that was in 3D. So, that's why there's so much stuff here to just randomly play with. And of course, I've told you guys the bucket story. I'm not going to bore you with it again. I've told the bucket story too many times.
Keep quiet and stay out of
Close
the
up
way.
left. Protect the Emperor.
Protect yourself.
Yes, my liege. Nice medallion. Holy crap. No! Captain Renault. No one has guessed what I don't like about the UI. This is what I don't like about the UI, right here. Okay, I'm in the UI. I want to back out of the UI. That is the only thing I don't like about the UI. The rest of it I actually find to be entirely functional. In fact, I wouldn't even say this is console-focused, personally. Because it works just fine with a mouse and keyboard, unlike, say, Skyrim. But the fact that when and you will see me do this without even thinking about it. Every now and again, when I try to back out of a menu, I will hit escape because that's just default back in my mind, and it will pull up that instead of backing out. I'm pretty sure I did that quite a bit during the lore run as well.
Reno?
She's dead. Sorry, sire, but we have to keep moving. Stand aside, prisoner.
How could they be waiting for us here?
Don't know, but it's too late to go back now.
I wouldn't know, Loner. Hang on, hang on. When did Half-Life 2 come out relative to this game? Oh, what do you know? Half-Life 2 does predate it. I'll give you that. I will not give you Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, because that was not a particularly widespread game, unfortunately. Can I rebind it? I don't think I can, no.
We will
And even if I did, it doesn't work that way.
Be the first to underestimate the blades. I'll take point. Let's move.
You stay here, prisoner. Don't try to follow us.
Okay. Wait a minute. It's my greatest nemesis. Lunch! Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. You know what I love about lunch? The taste of damaging my fatigue. I love rats. Wait, you don't like rats? Okay, apparently I'm gonna have to do something. Oh, shoot. I may have just screwed up. Hang on. Oh, we're okay. But I do need to do this. Give me a second. So we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna do another one. Can I do one that isn't light? Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll pull up this. You don't like rat meat? Who doesn't like rat meat? Honestly. There we go. Okay. Now we'll pull up chat over here. Pull up the game here. Move chat over here so I can rate it a little bit better. There we go. Okay, that should be better. Oh, shoot. Right, I gotta do that too. Let's make sure we don't accidentally cancel the stream. There we go. Okay. Now, I actually talked about this a lot during, you know, the lore run, but all I'm going to say is that this intro is incredibly well designed, in my opinion. In fact, I would go so far as to say that this is the best designed aspect of, you know, level of this entire game. You know, we start out in a cell. We are given physics option. Did they seriously? Okay, whatever. We start off in the cell. We are given physics objects to interact with and get used to the movement while someone is talking to us. So we have something to listen to and process while the story is progressing, while we have something to do to get accustomed to how to function with regards to the game. Then they're like, hey, go over here. Here's a quick info dump. It's not too long. It is skippable. And then he heads down here, and it's like, okay. Well, let's go down here then. So then we follow them, and they just kind of chat as we go about what's happening, and they're guns. You don't actually have to follow them, as I unintentionally showcased. We get into our first fight. We are not involved in this first fight, but we can see combat happening, so we have a little bit of an idea of what's going on. Then we go down here. They move through a gate, which we cannot move through without, you know, console commands, and even if we did, it wouldn't actually change anything. And then that comes out, and we have our first combat, which is, of course, with a rat, because it's always with rats. This then leads us to this area. This is also, I believe, officially the point at which it starts tracking all of your skill-ups and actions in order to determine your class towards the end. You'll also notice that there is basically everything here that we could ever need for any playstyle. There's a shield, there's several different types of weapons to accommodate each weapon type. There's a bow and arrow, there's arrows, there's health potions, there's ingredients you can use to make stuff. There's spells that you can learn in order to be able to go through and actually start casting. And obviously you can just sneak because you don't need a thing to sneak, you can just sneak. So in other words, you have the availability of every playstyle within this intro. And the game just kind of pays attention to what you're doing. You can get a lot of random stuff here. We can loot. There's the dagger. Arrows I mentioned. We can also get different types of armor throughout this section as well, depending on which type of armor we want to do. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the lockpick, which is right there. We also get introduced to this mechanic. I suck at this mechanic, so we'll be cheesing the hell out of that later. Well, I don't know Dark Souls 1 that well, so I'm going to pass on that question, Spartan. Oh yeah, by the way, I want to apologize. I always take your guys' feedback and thoughts into consideration. But if we disagree, we disagree. And this might be one of the first times we really just run into a bunch of disagreements on the review. I just want to get that out in front, okay? So I don't really want to have these wrist irons, if that's cool. Let's just get rid of those. Get rid of those shackles. Don't really need them. Let's do axe. Let's get out an axe. That sounds like fun. Oh yeah, and of course, the bucket. Okay, fine. I'll do it one last time, since this is probably the last time I will be playing this game. I will go ahead. Mess with the bucket. Hang on. Because I've said it before, and I'll say it again, this was mind-blowing. Even though Half-Life 2 apparently came before this. I might not have played Half-Life 2 before this game. I'm actually thinking about that. Because Half-Life 2 came out at a point in history when I was not doing well financially. But I was a lot more stable. Like, that was... Half-Life 2 would have come out right about... That was 2004, so that was right before I got run over by a car. So yeah, I was not doing great, and I was wheelchair-bound for a decent chunk of that. But yeah, just pointing it out. I feel stupid repeating this for the 15th time, but I love how it actually accommodates the extra weight of the arrows, or maybe it's the balance of the arrows. I don't actually know what it is. To do stuff like that. That's just, I love it. I love it! The bucket! And yeah, me and Gary just sat here for a very long time. messing with this stupid bucket. Also, you can retrieve your arrows. Now, you can't actually always retrieve your arrows, but you can retrieve a fairly large amount of them. I don't know why, but I like that in a system where it keeps track of your arrows. Although I have to admit, maybe it shouldn't keep track of your arrows at all. Either way, let's go back to the axe. We're gonna be a stealth axer. Hey, what's this? Spells! And lockpicks. And portion. I already talked about this. Mostly what I'm doing here is trying to give a degree of validity to my reason why I think this intro is exceptionally well designed. It's not the best ever. I can think of better intros in video gaming. But I've always thought this is a good intro. In fact, there was this one point where someone on one of the comment section for one of the lore runs actually said, "What? This intro's worse than Skyrim's in every way." In fact, I actually think I made my point very clear why I think this game is not on the same level as that. But that's just me. Boop. Sorry. I forgot to... I'm just kind of used to the lack of brightness, but there, I'll just put on a torch. Or we could actually do... Where is it? I can just turn up the brightness, which is somewhere. I'm not actually sure where. It is an option somewhere. Oh yeah, right. So before I continue to gush about this amazing game, at least one negative for the difficulty. I have actually, this is not a joke, even though this is the first time I have ever reviewed this game, I have used this game as the standard for -2 difficulty for many other games. Now, that's bad enough by itself, right? So check this out, hang on, I meant to pull this up, give me just 1 second. Because it's even worse than I thought it was. So what the difficulty does is it adds a multiplier to you. And that's it. Now, a fairly large amount of games will do the multiplier approach to difficulty, where every formula has one additional entry where it multiplies it by some percentage. And in so doing, like 1.1 would increase damage done by 10%, or 0.5 would decrease damage done down to 0.5% or half. You know, just ideas like that. That's pretty normal. But what I want to be very clear, most of those games do that kind of calculation across the board, in damage calculations, in enemy stats, in enemy equipment, in enemy spell levels, in the kind of loot that drops, etc., right? This game only applies that variable to one thing, you. And the only thing it changes to you is damage. How much damage you do versus the enemy, and how much damage the enemy does versus you. That's it. Now, if you don't understand how insane that is, there's a lot of ways to get around that. Even if you crank the difficulty all the way up to max, remember, that only affects you. Not guards, not friendly NPCs, not summoned creatures. This is very, very badly designed difficulty. There's a reason I use this as the bog standard for bad, lazy difficulty when it comes to video games. By the way, to add on to this, I mentioned how it doesn't affect NPCs or guards. So, did you know there's spells in this game to give yourself a temporary guest party member of like another NPC? Yeah. So, and I'm not even talking about the level scaling. We will get to that later. The difficulty by itself is at a bare minimum 1 negative. I could easily be talked up to increasing that, because this might be the worst difficulty design I've seen in a video game. You know, I'm going to go ahead and do it. 2 negatives. Like, this is just... Yeah, this is not good. Not off the top of my head. No, Gum. See, here's the reasoning. First of all, this is the worst difficulty in any video game that I can think of off the top of my head. There might be one other game out there that's worse than this in terms of just design, but this might actually be the worst I can come up with off the top of my head. Second of all, there's two aspects to how bad this difficulty is. The first is the obvious, the usual. Lazy difficulty. There's damage health, right? I've given many games negatives because all they do is they increase or decrease health, they increase and decrease damage. That's not good difficulty design. I've said that for years. I stand by that statement. But like I've just described, this is even worse than that. Because it's so boring and lazy that it doesn't actually change the difficulty. All it does is change you. Not the things you do, not the things you use, not the stuff around you. Just you. That is astonishingly lazy difficulty design. Because now, instead of doing a different calculation modifier for just about all the calculations for generating enemies, or spawning equipment, or designing spell levels, or whatever else, which would still be a bit lazy, but, you know, would only be one negative, it doesn't do any of that. All it does is every time you interact with everything, just you, there's that extra modifier, and that's it. Awful. Anyways. Where was I? All right. Brightness. I don't actually... I was thinking about this. I don't actually think I can raise the brightness, so we're going to just live with having a torch for right now, and we'll get a light spell later. Doo-doo-doo. And someone asked how many other Elder Scrolls games we're reviewing. Well, right now, none of the other ones are on the list, so this is it. Zombie! Negative for zombies. Yeah, I feel like they were playing with the lighting, and frankly didn't really know how to do it properly yet. Yes, axes are a blunt weapon because apparently I don't have access to a sharpener? I don't know. It's okay, Khajiit and Argonian can befriend, Axelber. Well, see, the funny thing, Lord Harrimont, to be 100% clear, if the bad difficulty doesn't just mean difficulty you have access to, right? Let's say there's a video game that has bad power progression curves and bad level and bad difficulty curve. There's no difficulty options. That would still qualify as having bad difficulty and therefore still qualify as a negative, right? So if a game, you know, used lazy difficulty as a method in a game that didn't have difficulty options, that would still qualify as a negative. I should know, we've given out a couple negatives for exactly that, like a boss that just has way too much health and nothing else. You know, that's a semi-common problem. Now, okay, so I should go ahead and say something. The approach I'm using, this is difficult to do because I know this game extremely well, but Octopath Traveler is a good example of what I'm talking about. What we're going to do here is we're going to just kind of play without a plan in mind. And we're just going to kind of see how that goes. And if we run into a wall, that's what the console command is for. Sense make? That's going to be the approach, because I kind of want to feel how it feels to play through this game without a plan in mind for a build. Which I'm not sure I've ever done. Because even when I walked into this game for the first time, you know, I was like, okay, you know, I'm going to be a mage alchemist, which was actually the first thing I played. And then I discovered my love of archery. Yeah, I'm pretty sure level 9 is the first barrier when it comes to equipment and stuff. We will see. We will see. I know, Loner. Yeah, I love how you all are telling me stuff I already know. Guys, I know this game. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Relax. Relax. Everyone take deep breath. Okay. Okay. We're all cool. We're all cool here. Changed my mind. I want to be an archer. I love archery in this game. What? I'm giving this game a plus to archery, by the way. I'm just going to let you know that in advance. That's a thing that's happening. There is one thing I don't actually like about this game's intro, and funnily enough, Plutonia already mentioned it. I don't like the fact that there's this pop-up telling you how to do specific things as you go through. But that is such an incredibly minor complaint for me that I don't really mind all that much. Because it's very easy to ignore and hit go and just, you know, screw it. Like this. This is how you hit sneak. Notice the crosshair changes to an eye when you're sneaking. See, the thing is, this is kind of inoffensive, but it is also unnecessary. I'm sorry, but this is not terrible. Oh, god damn it. Hang on. I just gotta pop up. There we go. This is unnecessary because just by hitting the C button, you already could tell what sneaking is and how it works. Because you got the eye right there. And if you've done any kind of sneaking earlier, like you could even see sneaking skill has gone up, and you can understand simply through action how sneaking works. And, whoops, I need to hold this button properly. And, you know, the eye lighting up whenever you're seen. Yeah, there's ways they can do that better. That's just all I'm saying. Wait, the Dark Brotherhood's in this game? What? But yeah, they did actually have a pop-up earlier, which was hit W to move. WASD, actually. Now, what would be better than this? That's actually an interesting question. I'm not sure, if I'm being completely honest. I'm not sure what would be a better approach to this kind of a thing. Because some of this stuff just doesn't equate linearly, and that is a thing. Like, a game like Slime Time can linearly say, hey, this is how this works, and this is how this goes, simply by playing the game. You know, the Super Mario World approach to tutorialization, aka the best tutorialization in video gaming ever. But, I don't know if that's literally true, but Mario World is something I tend to use as the example of how to do tutorialization and gameplay design. Thank you very, very much, Slime Time. Ever and always appreciate those subs. Thank you. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. But sometimes you just have concepts and ideas that aren't... You can't just explain without just having a here, hit this button to access this interface kind of a thing. And that's why I'm looking at this like, I mean, this is inoffensive. This is not getting a negative. I want to be clear about that. Because we've seen bad tutorialization. Bad tutorialization is so much worse than this. Bad tutorialization would be, imagine if we walk in here. Hang on. Imagine if we're walking into this area. And it's like, did you know you could hit C to stealth? And it locks out all of your controls until you hit C. Then it locks you into stealth until you move forward and see the dude. And it's like, did you know you could attack him from behind? And then, like, the mob is scripted to never see you. And you cannot progress. Like, there's a door that doesn't open until you stab him in the back. That would be bad tutorialization. And we have seen plenty of games that do that. That's just obnoxious. I hate that. But I'm not sure how I would do this better. I know that sounds weird. I suppose the first thought I would have would be something like right at the intro where it's like, is this your first time playing? Like Stellaris. That's not a terrible example of the kind of thing I'm talking about. Just have a toggle when you start a new game. Is this the first time you've played this game? Yes. Okay. Then you go ahead and you have the tutorialization that we have in this game here. If you say, no, I've played this game before, or no, I have an idea what I'm doing, or no, piss off, then the tutorial's just turn off, right? Disable, and no issue. That's probably the direction I would go with that if I was trying to improve this. Well, they're well-designed quests, Gum Gum, so I can see why you would say that. Yeah, XCOM did that. I know there's other games that do that. Oh, no! Oh, it didn't hit him, because he launched. I didn't mean to pick up his axe. That's okay. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak, sneak, sneak. So, I was thinking about whether or not physics traps qualify as a positive or a negative. The problem is, while it's a great idea, it's barely used. And that's the problem. It's like that damn character creation. It's a great thing that they basically never use. Like, there's a few Iliad ruins, and that's kind of it. It's such a shame, too, because this is, by the way, very good tutorialization right here. Like, check this out. You walk up. There's a bunch of logs right here. And so no matter how you approach this area, you will be able to look over these logs and see those guys down there. They are set to aggro you at a certain range, but they also are set to not lunge up immediately. So they're likely to stay there for a while. And simply by being near here, you'll see the interact button. So, boop! You can interact with it, it pops down, it destroys them. So that is actually a legitimately good tutorialization for physics thing. It's just, it doesn't matter, because we're already almost done with the physics traps. Especially using them against the enemy. Now, yeah, Skyrim, as much as I bash Skyrim, and will continue to do so, Skyrim uses that very same concept much, much better. Whew. Outdoor areas have like 2, and they're both connected to quests, specific quests. God, I love archery in this game. Plus to archery, screw it! Screw it! The positivity bug has bit me. I don't even care. I don't even care! Screw it! Plus to archery. Yeah, go ahead, Dakota. I don't want you guys to just agree with me. I didn't say earlier we might disagree because I want you all to shut up. That is not my approach. I do want you guys to agree with me. Or, excuse me, God damn it. I do want you guys to be honest with me, whether you agree or disagree. I just want you to be honest. Because they're nuked! They're gone, they're done, they're dead, Mike Romano. Any questions? Hang on, I need to actually look up something really quick here. Now, I will say one thing. Whenever we inevitably review Skyrim, I kind of want to test out archery in Skyrim and see what I think of it over there. Because I hated it, but that's also by memory, and I only did that the one time, you know. Okay, here we go. Just checking something here. Yep, that's a drinking question, Ice Tray. You know what? I just took a drink, but I'll take another one. Give me a sec. Here we go. Let's say, because the other thing I like about archery in this game is it's probably the most complex combat thing in the game, unless you count spells. as like unless you count the entirety of magic and magic creation, archery is as complex as it gets in this game. The how long you hold it down matters. Your strength matters. The bow you're using matters. The arrows you're using matters. And I feel like there's actually a couple of other factors in there as well. But if I can say, and honestly, I would love to add another positive for this, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to. But the thing that I love most about this is that your skill doesn't have anything to do with how well you hit. That is what I love most about archery in this game. The fact that you could have a bajillion points. You could have 1,000 super mastery of it, and it doesn't matter. Because whether or not you hit depends entirely on the player. And whether or not you are capable of actually angling the bow and getting the arc and blah, blah, blah. Which is awesome, in my opinion. And I'm actually looking at it right now. Raising up the skill doesn't... It's actually kind of cool, and this is something that will probably get a positive as well. Rather than just doing more damage... I know, it's strange, Nithrias. It's so crazy. And that's why you guys are awesome, by the way. Like, Dakota and I totally disagree on this, and, like... I don't know, I think we have a... I don't want to call Dakota a friend. That feels weird, but I mean, he's cool. We're cool, right? Point being... So if you go up to Novice, you get no fatigue loss when drawing. Or excuse me, if you go up to Apprentice, you get no fatigue loss. When you go up to Journeyman, you can zoom in if you want to. When you go to Expert, you have a chance of knockdown just built in. Just anytime you hit, there's a chance to knockdown. And when you're at Master, there's a chance to paralyze and knockdown, separate rolls. Now... I'm thinking what I might do, in fact, let's just talk this out right now. I'm thinking I might just give a positive for the fact that raising most of the skills has non-linear effect on how you play, rather than I have increased my axe damage by 10%, right? I do like that. I do like that idea. As opposed to, you know, the usual... Yeah, threshold perks. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like here, I'm looking at Blunt for the axes. So you can do a power attack in all directions. With at Apprentice, you can do a standing power attack, which does triple damage. At Journey, you can power attack to left and right, which can disarm, which is very useful in some things, especially if you're doing a hard mode run. At Expert, you can attack backwards, which has a chance to knock down. And at Master, you can do an attack forward, which has a chance to paralyze, right? Just stuff like that. I like that. I like that approach. The only thing that doesn't really apply in is some of the things like, say... let's use Mysticism as an example. Because all the magic are the exact same. Every single magic thing has the exact same. As an Apprentice, you can cast Apprentice skills. As a Journeyman, you can cast Journeyman spells. As an Expert, you can cast Expert spells. And as a Master, you can cast all spells. That's it. That's... Yeah. Boring is what that is. I'm willing to give that a pass just because, you know, there's a lot that actually affects with regards to spell crafting. But, you know. And then some of them are dumb. Like, raising speechcraft is... The perks for raising speechcraft are stupid. And yeah, all of the melee perks have the same perks, which makes you wonder why do they even bother with, you know, blade damage and blunt damage when there's just melee damage. Like, I don't want to pare things down and make things more boring, but they already are. So if you're not going to vary it up, just make it the same thing, right? The speechcraft... Oh, hang on, I'll pull that right out here. So you can bribe at normal. At Apprentice, you can rotate the wheel once for free. At Journeyman, their disposition falls lower while doing the persuasion game. At Expert, the loss of disposition if you do a hate it option in the persuasion minigame is reduced. And at Master, bribes cost half as much. Now, the Master perk is actually worthwhile there. That's something that's useful. And the speechcraft skill is a good thing to raise for unrelated reasons. But there's also ways to just bypass that, including both alchemy, equipment, and magic, and you can combine those. Oh, I agree. Speech is very underutilized in Elder Scrolls games, but I don't know if that's a bad thing. We talked about this when we were reviewing KOTOR. I don't know how many of you remember the KOTOR review, but a lot of RPGs have the dialogue option, the speech option, the speech skill, the speech perk, the speech talents, whatever it's called. And they're basically mandatory unless you're doing a challenge run or just want to lock yourself out from content. It's ridiculous how many RPGs do that. Elder Scrolls is one of the extremely rare which bypasses that. And even in Elder Scrolls cases, there are certain individuals you can't interact with unless they like you a certain amount, and there's certain quests that you can't progress unless they like you a certain amount. So, even in Elder Scrolls, it's beneficial to have a high, I like you, shugamagoo going on in some manner or another. And again, there's multiple ways to make that happen. There's 4 ways, actually, that I know of. Like I said, skill, equipment, alchemy, and magic, which you can combine and think. Yes, illusion is stupid. Athletics. Never take athletics as your main skill. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about main skills and secondary skills in a second. Athletic perks increases your stamina regen. And if you're at master, you regen even while you're running. So, acrobatics allows you to do attacks while jumping or falling, gives you the ability to dodge, gives you less fatigue loss when jumping, and gives you the ability to jump off of the surface of water, which is cool sounding and incredibly useless. To my knowledge, all the armor perks are the same. Let me double check that. Where's medium armor? Where the heck's armor? Oh, there it is. Yeah, staring right at it. Yep, nope, the armor perks are the same. So, armor degrades less, armor degrades even less, armor encumbers less, armor does not encumber at all. That's what armor does. The armor perks. So yeah, oh yeah, sneaking. I suppose I should talk about sneaking while we're here. Sneaking is probably the most overpowered of all of the talents, because sneaking gives you 6 times damage bonus and 3 times damage bonus when marksman, or a no penalty to chance of detection regardless of the weight of your boots, or no penalty for chance of detection while running, or all your sneak attacks completely ignore enemy armor. Those are nuts. Those are very useful talents. Holy crap. I suppose, oh god, so we gotta talk about stealth too. Okay, hang on, let's break this down, hang on. There's 3 topics we want to talk about here. How can you run in stealth mode? Oh, that's easy. Here, I'll demonstrate right now. I am currently running in stealth mode. This is running in stealth mode. This is walking in stealth mode. See? Do. Walk, run, walk, run, walk, run, walk. Run, walk, run, rock, one, rock, one. See? Anyways. So. Yes, of course, John Khalid. Absolutely. It's a review. That's what we're doing. Alright. So I think what we're going to do is for the talent trees, the perks, we'll call them perks. For the skill perks that are good, plus, and for the skill perks that are bad, negative? Oh yeah, Mercantile is useful too, by the way. Mercantile is, I would consider Mercantile required, to be completely blunt. In fact, I'm just going to tell you, we are going to be raising Mercantile this playthrough. Yeah, like there's, again, the melee skills being the same and the power attacks not being that great, and the armor stuff just being kind of the magic stuff being boring, the speechcraft stuff being effectively useless, the acrobatic stuff being mostly useless, versus the athletic stuff being great, the sneak stuff being great, the marksman stuff being great. I didn't even talk about armor, which allows you to repair magic items, and you can improve condition. We'll get to durability in just a second. That's true, Action Man. God dang it. Yeah, I think let's give an aggregate negative. Let's give an aggregate negative and a full positive. Let's do that. Because they're not that bad, but they're not that great either. That would be the third and final round. Oh, speaking of which, if you haven't voted on the Ubisoft Blacklist thing, please do. It is incredibly tied. So if you vote, I guarantee your vote will matter. I'm not actually joking. The vote is so close as to be only 1 point away from each other. So if you have any thoughts or feeling or care about the Ubisoft Blacklist vote, go vote, please. That is extremely tied. Okay. Well, I've never reviewed this game, Venters. So, that's the difference. Alright, so we've talked about the perks. I wanted to talk about stealth, and then we have to talk about... Let's talk about durability first. We've actually had this discussion before. Probably a few months from now, available line. I'm physically incapable of playing the game the way I want to right now. So... Now, we've got a counter. So, debatably... No, I'm kidding. We're not actually doing that. What we are doing is... This is a counter for how many times we crash. Assuming we do, which we probably will. Durability. Now, we've talked about durability in game design several times. And after talking it around and workshopping it, we came up with a couple of very specific examples in which durability was okay as a game design thing. It was almost always like survival horror kind of thing. That one island in Breath of the Wild, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 4, while we're on the subject. You know, the kind of thing where durability is an integral part of the gameplay. You know, you bake durability into something that actually informs and affects how you play the game. Okay, sure, with it. Then you have every other game. Probably, ironically, the worst 2 examples of this off the top of my head that aren't Breath of the Wild would be Fallout 3 and Oblivion. Where durability is there because screw you. Like, at least in an MMO, there is a purpose behind durability. It serves as a gold sink. But there is no real purpose behind durability when it comes to a game like this. They don't do anything with it. It's completely arbitrary. It's extremely easy to bypass. Like, without even trying, most of my playthroughs have my armory stat just go way up. Without even meaning to. Because, like... And... Oh no, this isn't as bad as Breath of the Wild. That would be the worst durability I've ever seen, because that was actually hostile to the style of gameplay that game was. But in this case, it's a rock in the shoe. I've used that analogy before. It's like you're on a pleasant walk and you're enjoying yourself, and there's just this rock in your shoe, and it's not that bad. You know, it's not that big deal. It's just kind of irritating. Every single step you take, there's just this minor irritant constantly. So, I don't know if that's... I think, if nothing else, for the sheer length of the game and for how long you have to put up with durability, I am entirely inclined to give a full negative for durability in this game. If nothing else, ignoring the fact that it's a time waster and an irritant, there's also the fact that they don't do anything interesting with it. The most interesting thing they do with durability in this game is give you the option to give you more durability. I mentioned that earlier. That's one of the armory perks. The armory perk gives you the ability to go up to like 125%. There's no benefit to that. It's just, it gives you more health bar on your item as you're going through it. That's it. That's it. That's valid, Huthor. I'll give you that. I will give you that. But in this case, I don't think it works at all. So, durability is lazy and boring, as it serves as a minor. It is a minor irritant. Oh, apparently you do get more damage armor thing. Okay, I'll take... Hang on, let me double check that. I don't know if that's the truth. I should look that up. Oh, what do you know? It does actually do extra damage and protect armor. Okay, so that's a... It's still a negative. It's just... God, that's so stupid. I'm actually curious of something now. How to make durability more engaging? In a game like this, I wouldn't. I don't think a durability really should exist in this game. I don't think it's going to be... Like I said, if you're going to make durability, you should bake it into the core gameplay concepts in some manner, like a resource management or flow of development style or some kind of way of removing resources from the equation or something. In this case, all it does is waste your time. I don't think there's a way to bake open world MMO... Sorry, I don't know why I said MMO. Open world RPG with, you know, heavy and careful resource management. I will admit, actually, that's a total lie, because my usual preferred playthrough style of Fallout 3 is on-site procurement, which is effectively a form of, you know, resource management. That got me thinking, hang on, how would I do on-site procurement for Oblivion? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. But what I really want to look up, right, is this. Need to look up something. Hang on, hang on. That's true, they do literally already have weapon charges for enchanted weapons, so there you go. Just reading up on something. Give me a second here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Negative for durability. Okay, so that was durability, perks, stealth. Now, this is going to sound like a strange thing, but I want to give a positive for stealth. In fact, to be perfectly frank, I want to give more than one positive for stealth. But let's walk it back a second. So, stealth. Stealth in this game is, I'd say, probably the most complicated thing they do with regards to just mechanics. It takes into account lighting, which is not as intuitive as it should be, I will freely admit. But it takes into account... yes, have I ever played Thief? Stab! Alright, there we go, Zalok's dead. It takes into account lighting, it takes into account movement speed, it takes into account viewing range, it takes into account your kind of boots you're wearing. And I feel like there's like 3 or 4 other things I'm missing that go into whether or not you get detected at any given point in time. And there's like constant... The game is effectively doing this. That, of course, didn't even roll. There, you can hear it better that way. Constantly, just constantly rolling every few seconds for everyone that can see you. And, now this is actually important too, it gives you a clear indicator of whether or not you're being viewed. The only downside there... I will say this is not a good thing, is the fact that there's no indicator as whom you're seeing. Yes, the type of boots or shoes you're wearing does matter, Mike Romano. So if you're doing stealth missions and you're not really doing a bunch of stuff, then you should probably actually have really light or no shoes in order to assist with that. In fact, there are some boots that specifically help with that. Moving on. Anyways, my point being, the only downside is you can't always tell who is suing you. Seeing you, not suing you. Although that's true too. All you can tell is if you are seen, period, by anyone. That's the only that's the only thing that approaches a downside for me. I will give Plutonia a point here. I do actually agree with Plutonia about the fact that stealth should probably be a default thing, for lack of a better term. In short, rather than hitting... Here, I'll get back to the game for just a second. Rather than hitting this button and doing that, what I would probably do if I was redesigning this is I would go ahead and... I would keep this button, the stealth button, but, no, we're not. I would keep the stealth button, but it wouldn't put you into stealth. It would be more like a who's detecting me right now button. It would pull up the are you hidden the aspects of the HUD. And whether or not you are stealthed or not just depends entirely on how you're playing the game. So, for example, if I'm just running around... Hang on, let me pull the axe back out here. If I'm just like... Blah, 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 then my, you know, my noise factor is going through the roof, and everyone can see me and hear me, and it's not even a thing, right? If I have my torch out, or my torch is gone, excuse me, and I'm hiding over here in the shadow, like in this specific area, and I'm just kind of standing completely still, then obviously I should be a lot more hidden, regardless of whether or not I'm in stealth mode. Now, I will admit, to be clear, stealth is not perfect in this game, and I don't want to sound like it is. But you guys know I love stealth gameplay. Anybody who's seen any of my runs can tell you. There's two types of gameplay I love. Being a berserker death machine, and super stealth, never being detected, hidden thing. I do enjoy stealthing in this game. I will say there is there's three, let's go with 3 major flaws for stealth in this game, in my opinion. Flaw number 1. And someone mentioned in chat, forgive me, I didn't catch the name, but if you are detected, it's like there's a pulse going off and you're detected by everyone nearby. Now, to an extent, that makes sense, but to use a counterexample, let's say I'm walking around, let's assume that there's those 2 guys. Let's pretend for a moment that they're alive, right? So let's say I'm over here and I'm like, shunk, and I get that guy, right? Now, obviously, that guy's probably going to notice that, but he shouldn't instantly notice that I'm here. He should have, like, an alert, and an alert, like a patrol thing. Dishonored 2, to use a more modern example of what I'm talking about. I know this kind of AI scripting wasn't available at the time, but just let me talk this out. So he's like, oh my god, he's been detected. What do I do? And he comes over, and he'd probably eventually, you know, check over here, because it's a shadowy area. And by this point, of course, I'm not over there. I'm over here, waiting for him to shoot him as soon as he goes around the thing, right? Or something like that. But instead, what happens is it's more like Spider-Man PS4, where, you know, the moment that I am detected, I'm detected, pretty much the end. I'm not sure I could stomach playing Daggerfall, to be as honest as I possibly can, Puggy. So I'm leaning towards no. So that's problem number 2. That was problem number 3. I guess I already mentioned problem. So hang on. Problem what was that? Problem number 2 was the group detection thing. Oh, right. Problem number 3. Sorry, there was a third problem here. Stealth is really aimed towards being a sniper in this game. I don't even think that was deliberate, to be completely honest. Just based on my own analysis, I think the game just happened to be perfect for sniping, because if you want to be a dagger stealther, good freaking luck. Because stealth, I mentioned there's all those factors that go into stealth. Yeah, melee is kind of blah to begin with, and getting close enough to be able to do a melee thing, distance matters too when it comes to stealth. So sneaking up on someone and doing the strike, even though it does 6 times damage, it's not great. Ironically, they fixed this in Skyrim. Stealth meleeing is much better in Skyrim. Go figure. Let's get rid of that while we're here. It is possible, G-Juice, especially if you really abuse, you know, Chameleon, or just dunk a bunch of potions or whatever. So having said all that, plus for stealth. That is true, Rockhound, yes. Good morning, Dr. Harmacy. I'm going to actually put I have already put a note there. Stealth is flawed, because it is flawed. There's an invisible spell that's crap. No, really, it's crap. The way the invisible spell works is you're invisible until you do anything. And then, boop! Whereas Chameleon just stays, even if you do stuff. The only main reason to use a dagger is because I actually don't know if there's a reason to use a dagger in this game. I'm not sure. I know there's a reason to use a dagger in Skyrim. Because dagger specifically does, like, what is it, 32 times damage or some absolutely ludicrous amount if you're sneaking. So there's a good example of me just being detected, even though I really should not have been. But that's whatever. I actually don't remember if dagger gets boosted in this game, like I said. I haven't done a dagger build in a while. I have done it, but I usually do the build I'm doing right now, which I should stop doing. Stop, Laura, stop. Stop having fun with the game. Death, 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 death. Wait, it's not doing anything. Okay, death. Okay. Where's the other guy? Blah, 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 blah. You will die today. Oh, lightning hurts. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, who dares? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. I'm sorry, I'm having fun with the game that I love so much. I mean, don't mistake me. I'm never going to shy away from giving negatives to a game I love. That's not how that works. That is the antithesis of the whole point of this, you know? I mean, I've already given away, what, 4 negatives? Hang on, what are we up to? We are up to 4 negatives. Hang on, I need to update the HUD. There we go. Well, I guess one of those is in progress, so we'll do this. And while we're here... Oh yeah, by a huge margin, Ventures. I mean, I don't know what the review is going to line up, but I'm pretty sure if we ever review any other Elder Scrolls game, this game's just going to blow them out of the water. Pretty sure. Kind of sure. I'm no longer sure about that. Now I'm questioning myself. Hang on. But yeah, I do think this was... Okay, my opinion, while we're here, I think this was the confluence of Bethesda. Oh yeah, this destroys Morrowind, in my opinion. I think this is the confluence of Bethesda quality. And you're probably thinking, Bethesda quality! And you do the FF7 animation. And that's fine, you can think that. But I do think that they are good at certain types of gameplay, and I think this is when they hit that sweet spot as a whole. And then they decided to keep going, and that resulted in Skyrim. Now, don't mistake me, Skyrim does actually have a fairly large amount of good features to it, and when we ever review that game, I will be mentioning those. But Skyrim is not Oblivion, in my opinion. I'm trying to put that as nicely as I possibly can. Skyrim's the worst video game ever made ever. There you go, there you go. Saying that nice and politically there, or diplomatically. Oh yeah, I should probably put some actual... Oh, I didn't pick up any. Alright, whatever, that's cool.
The Emperor until help arrives.
Help? What makes you think help will get here before more of those bastards? We need to get the Emperor out of here.
Oh, crap. Actually, while we're here... Oh yeah, you can hotkey stuff, by the way. Let's put that there. There we go.
Damn it! It's that prisoner again! Kill him! He might be working with the assassins.
No, he is not one of them. He can help us. He must help us. They cannot understand why I trust you.
Audio balancing.
They've not seen what I've seen. How can I explain? Listen, you know the Nine, how they guide our fates with an invisible hand.
Debatable. I'm not on good terms with the gods. No, the Nines are cool. Nines are cool. This is a review, Saffron. We are reviewing the game. Review.
I've served the Nine all my days, and I chart my course by the cycles of the heavens. The skies are marked with numberless sparks, each a fire, and every one a sign. I know these stars well, and I wonder which sign marked your birth.
I will agree Skyrim does a better job of level scaling. It still has what I would consider bad level scaling, but this might be the worst level scaling I've ever seen in a video game. Oh, don't worry. We'll give multiple negatives for that, too, when we get there. Let's hold off on that. So, the signs. These can matter. In fact, you can do entire builds based on these. And you could break the game, or do challenge runs, or whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. You can also pick one of the generic ones, which just gives you a straight up, you know, like a 10 bonus to a couple of things, or what do we got here? There it is. 10 bonus to willpower and endurance, 50 bonus to magicka, etc., etc. There's the other one. Thief. Thief, Lady, and Warrior are the generic ones, which are fine, of course. Can you pick no sign? No, you cannot pick no sign. Some of these are nice. So the Apprentice ability gives you a 100-point bonus to your magicka attribute, but gives you 100% weakness to magic. So you take double damage from any magic, but you gain 100 extra mana, which is a fairly decent thing, especially this early in the game. Let's see. Some of these give you abilities. Hang on. There we go. So, Blood of the North. I can use it to regenerate 90 points of health. However, I'm also weak to fire. This one gives me Lover's Kiss, which allows me to paralyze someone for 10 seconds at a cost of a fairly large amount of fatigue. Ritual allows you to, once a day, use a powerful restore spell, which can also turn undead, and you get the idea. There's plenty of things here. This is not bad. This is a decent way to add some variability to your playstyle. I will go ahead and be completely honest. Unless I am specifically doing a challenge run, I usually don't even care about these, because they don't really matter for my playstyle. But it is nice to have this option when it comes to playstyle options. Like, for example, where's the other one? So, just a straight-up 1 minute long invisibility once per day. Not exactly shabby. Or, this is another fun one. You do not regenerate magic. Now, this one is probably the most well-known challenge sign right here. This one gives you spell absorption and increases your magic by a fairly large amount. So, you gain mana by being hit by magic, and you get a more of a mana pool to start with. This requires some specific playstyles to do, but there's some good stuff there, so, you know, that's a fun challenge run. I think I'm actually going to go with a really boring one today, which is... where is it? I think is it? Oh yeah, there it is. The Shadow.
The signs I read show the end of my path. My death, a necessary end, will come when it will come.
Well, see, that makes sense, Nithrius. I will admit, and I hate to say this, but one of the things that Skyrim will probably get a negative for whenever we get to reviewing it is the fact that it's a console game. Not anti-console, but the point is, it's a console game that wasn't properly ported to PC. We've seen games that can be ported to PC and to console just fine. Like, that's a thing you can do. They didn't do that with Skyrim. Skyrim is just, it feels so console-y that it actually feels awful to play with mouse and keyboard. And that's the problem. They didn't port it properly over to PC. And that just, and even if you ignore, even if you say, well, that's just a matter of the port, you shouldn't do that, and that might be valid, it's still irritating to use, so that's still a problem, regardless of ports or anything else. Thank you very, very much, Doralis. Always appreciate and oblige. Thank you very, very much. Do you know where you'd like to put that sub? I have done that, Crothers, yes. So, what about me?
Your stars are not mine. Today the shadow shall hide you from destiny's cunning hounds.
Well, that sounds terrifying. I'm just going to alt-tab. Do you mind telling me why you're putting that towards Dealer's Choice, Doralis? Like, what your reasoning is? But I will put that towards Dealer's Choice. There we go. Oh, by the way, this won't be getting a rumination, because we've already done one. Aren't you afraid to die?
No trophies of my triumphs precede me, but I have lived well, and my ghost shall rest easy. Men are but flesh and blood. They know their doom, but not the hour. In this I am blessed to see the hour of my death, to face my apportioned fate, then fall.
Well, that's pretty horrible, but okay. So, don't care, all bad? Or would that, no, that would be nothing in the list. We'll put that in nothing in the list. So, no interest in anything we're streaming. You got it. Thank you, Doralis, again.
My dreams grant me no opinions of success. Their compass ventures not beyond the doors of death. But in your face I behold the sun's companion, the dawn of Akatosh's bright glory may banish the coming darkness. With such hope, and with the promise of your aid, my heart must be satisfied.
Oh yeah, Skyrim plays awful on mouse and keyboard in my opinion. Mostly on the interface side of things. Selecting inventory, selecting spells, selecting dialogue options. Anytime when you have to interact with some kind of a text box just feels terrible to me in Skyrim.
I go to my grave. A tongue shriller than all the music calls me. You shall follow me yet for a while. Then we must part.
Actually, what he says does vary slightly when it comes to which sign you pick, Goldtech. You notice how he mentioned the shadow will hide me from Destiny's thing, that whole thing.
You may as well make yourself useful. Carry that torch and stick close.
You got it, Boris. I know this is a weird thing to comment on, but he's actually one of my favorite side NPCs in this game. He's a bro, that's all I'm saying. Anyways, we're going to try and make sure he lives. So what are the blades? I, as someone who's never played Morrowind, don't know what the blades are.
We're the Emperor's bodyguards. Our job is to get him out of situations like this. Although I admit, things are not going according to plan.
Cool. Who's Uriel Septim?
My job is to make sure the Emperor gets out of here alive, and I intend to do it.
Cool. Please don't kill me.
Stick close and let us do our job, and you'll be all right.
Alright, let's do it. Oh my god. These men are dead and have no loot for some reason. Oh yeah. So, kind of a funny thing is the overwhelming majority of the Mythic Dawn characters, they summon their equipment so they don't drop anything, which is only a thing for the rest of the game so that here in the intro they wouldn't drop anything. That's actually kind of brilliant in my opinion, because you think super assassins who are going after elite blades attacking the Emperor himself would have to be high level and high equipped. So anything they drop when killed would have to be really nice gear, and you're getting it during the tutorial, so they had to do something to prevent you from getting this amazing gear, making it so that everything they use is summoned gets around that beautifully, because A, summoned equipment is already a thing in this setting. Yeah, because there is summoned magic. You could do that yourself. In fact, there's some stones you can interact with, even if you don't have the spells, that can just temporarily summon, you know, very nice magical equipment for you. And B, it makes perfect sense in lore why the Mythic Dawn would use summoned weapons, being effectively a Mehrunes Dagon cult. So, it's giving more evidence for why this intro is brilliant. Guess I should walk here instead of run.
You thought we'd go protect the Emperor?
So you can actually see it get desummoned there when that happens. Now, the downside, the thing that doesn't make sense, these are low-level mooks. These guys are just slightly higher level than the rats we've been fighting. That's about as far as that goes. It's the only way that doesn't work, so I'll give them a ding for that one. I got your back, Emperor. Favorite Daedric Prince? Ooh.
Oblivion take you.
Other than Sheogorath, I'd have to think about that. Ah!
The end is in sight.
As you can see, we have some Imperial Guards here.
For the Emperor!
Okay, we're cool. What would it change if Uriel lived? A lot. This man was a game changer for this setting. No, seriously. Ignoring the fact that 3 separate games are kind of centered around him, and one of which is significantly affected by him. That's possible, Mike. And then there's the Emoji Movie. So. Oh yeah, that's something that I should probably give a negative for. I'm just gonna jot that down as a potential. Gameplay negatives. Entirely too easy to hit allies, which can then aggro them. And yes, I know about the yield thing. They actually built in a yield mechanic into this game because of how easy it is to hit your allies in combat. Yeah, being any kind of AoE mage and swinging in melee, because the melee swings themselves are loose as hell, and melee just has its own problems. We'll probably talk about that more extensively later. So yeah, that sucks, and that is probably going to be a negative. Also, let's just go ahead and get level scaling, level scaling. There we go. We'll jot down those two potential negatives. Just gotta get that going on there. There we go.
Hold up. I don't like this. Let me take a look. Looks clear.
Yeah, ironically, once again, playing an archer is advantageous in this game. Probably by accident. Because, again, it's much easier to hit a specific target with that than it is with this. Like, look at those swings. You can shoot a friendly target. They can jump in front of your bow. But in my experience, it is much easier to not do friendly fire with archery. I'm not saying that's the original reason I did that, because the original reason I started doing archery was just because it was awesome. But I will freely admit that that was a bonus thing. When I got to Kvatch for the first time, that was the first time I learned the power of the bow when it comes to not hitting your allies.
The gate is barred from the other side. A trap!
What about that side passage back there?
Worth a try. Let's go.
Wait a second. Slifer, you're not one of those lizard haters, are you? Slifer, I thought better of you. How could you?
It's a dead end. What's your call, sir?
They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life.
You got it. Let me just stand over here for no reason.
Long burn the dragon fires!
I can go no further. You alone must stand against the Prince of Destruction and his mortal servants. He must not have the Amulet of Kings. Take the amulet, give it to Joffrey. He alone knows where to find my last son. Find him and close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
Stranger, you chose a bad day to try. You're pathetic! This is the part where you fall pain!
Die, you scum!
Do your
For the
worst.
blade! And the Emperor! No. Talos, save us. We failed. I failed. The Blades are sworn to protect the Emperor. Now he and all his heirs are dead. The amulet. Where's the Amulet of Kings? It wasn't on the Emperor's body.
Yeah, here, he gave it to me.
Strange. He saw something in you. Trusted you. They say it's the dragon blood that flows through the veins of every septim. They see more than lesser men. The Amulet of Kings is a sacred symbol of the Empire. Most people think of the red dragon crown, but that's just jewelry. The amulet has power. Only a true heir of the blood can wear it, they say. He must have given it to you for a reason. Did he say why?
Yeah, something about a Joffrey? I think it's some kind of brat kid I'm gonna have to murder later.
Joffrey? He said that? Why?
Something about another heir. Who's not Joffrey, don't worry.
Nothing I ever heard about. But Joffrey would be the one to know. He's the Grand Master of my order. Although you may not think so to meet him, he lives quietly as a monk at Waynon Priory, near the city of Coral.
Hang on, how do I get to Coral?
First, you need to get out of here. Through that door must be the entrance to the sewers, past the locked gate. That's where we were heading. It's a secret way out of the Imperial City. Or it was supposed to be secret. Here, You'll need this key for the last door into the sewers.
The sewers?
There are rats and goblins down there. But from what I've seen of you, I'm guessing you're an experienced bard. Am I right?
I love that it picked Bard. Bard specializes in stealth, favors personality and intelligence, has blade, block, illusion, alchemy, light armor, mercantile, and speechcraft. That is very close to my default playstyle, right there. That is hysterical. Alright, so... let's go ahead and talk about this. So... no archery. That's the big thing that's wrong here. In fact, I would get rid of block and replace it with archery, and that would kind of be cool, you know. He does not pick a class at random, no. I'm surprised you don't know this, Chemic. He pays attention to what you do and what skill points you raise during the section leading up to this point. I forget the exact point it starts. It's somewhere after you start going through the catacombs. I think it's right when the rats show up, but I'm not 100% on that. And it goes all the way up to when you have your encounter when he comes out and attacks you. And he looks at what you think and he's like, here, this is what I'm going to pick based on what you've done. Now, the problem is, because in some cases it's possible, especially if you're running through this section, to only gain like one skill up in, say, Blade, for example. So if you get one skill up in Blade, it's like, well, that could be one of these 6 things, so it randomly picks one of the 6 things and says, here, this is going to be the class that I pick for you. If you play extensively towards a specific playstyle, he will generally get it right. If you play towards a more generalized playstyle, or if you jump around a bunch in terms of how you want to play through, he will generally get it wrong. Now, you don't have to pick a class. In fact, technically there's no such thing as classes in this game. All a class is a template. It's a way to design... It's like, here, this is the kind of thing you want to play. If you want to play a healer, don't play a healer, by the way. Want to play a healer, or a knight, or a scout, or a thief, or a spell sword, or an archer, or an agent, or an acrobat, whatever it is you want to play, it's probably represented in one of these, but these are here for people who are playing this game for the first time. No judgment, obviously, because this is a way to kind of guide you in your leveling path. You can be anything to a ridiculous extent in this game, but giving you some kind of guidance, especially since you probably shouldn't level all that much, is a totally cool thing, and I'm totally with it. I am going to go for custom, of course. So we're going to go ahead and... Well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't go with custom. Can you 100% all skills? Kind of? I mean, yes is the answer to your question. I'll just say that, yes. It takes some work after a certain point. Like, getting those last few points in some of those skills is going to be a thing. But yeah, you can absolutely do that. The main thing that matters... Now, this is something that is unfortunate, because the game, to my knowledge, doesn't tell you, at least not early on. The major skills matter, because not just because you get it... Okay, let's actually talk about this. Major skills give you a bonus to that skill right here, just starting off. But they also do one other thing. They give you experience for using those skills. Because the leveling system in this game is awful. So the way this works is, if I was to raise my security, I get 1 point of leveling. And I need 10 points of leveling, I think it's 10, in order to level. Doesn't matter what points I get them in, but they do have to come from the major skills. So, for example, you'll notice that archery is not on the major skills list. So if I keep using archery and raising archery all the way up to 100, I don't get anything out of that in terms of level. This is why leveling is probably also going to be a negative, because the levels in this game are dumb and terrible. The only reason to level is to gain more HP, fatigue, and magic, which there's plenty of ways to get that don't involve leveling, and to raise your favorite attributes, which there's ways to raise that without leveling. I think that's it. Yeah, it also does change the types of enemies if you want different types of enemies, and it does change the type of things that spawn on randomly designed enemies, so, you know, procedural enemies. So if you want to start seeing glass gear or steel gear or whatever, then, you know, you would have to go and level in order to get it to start spawning. In my opinion, it is actually superior to not level in this game. Yeah, there's also, that's true, there's also several quests, mostly Daedric quests, which actually have a flat level requirement. The problem is, I can't stand this leveling system. It feels... So first of all, it is extremely possible to build yourself into a corner. Now this is kind of related towards the whole level scaling problem, but it is very easy to raise skills which you're not really sure if they're actually going to do something that you want them to do, and in so doing you will reach a point where you are actually decreasing in power as you level. Yeah, you get weaker, generally speaking, as you level, which sucks. It feels counterintuitive, in my blunt opinion, because I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can. The levels probably shouldn't even exist in this game at all. You already have the skills, you already have the attributes, you already have ways to raise them. You know, you already have the things you can do to become more powerful in terms of equipment, in terms of alchemy, in terms of magic, in terms of questing, in terms of special perks you get for doing some of the events. There is no need to include levels into this system, in my opinion. And anytime I look at leveling and I think that has no reason to exist, is a moment that gives me pause. Now, obviously, we've been pseudo-joking and pseudo-memeing about no leveling runs, but with all and total sincerity, getting to about level 4-ish, you're good for the entire game. I'm not actually joking. It is completely fine to simply not level. Is Skyrim version of the system better? It's different. Whether it's better or not is debatable. Now I'm going to pause here so I can go ahead and do this. Yeah, leveling, becoming more powerful simply by raising your stats and skills is something I'm fine with. And it's actually one of the things I do like about the Elder Scrolls system. But like I said, I think the levels are completely vestigial, for lack of a better word. It's like, well, we have to have levels because it's an RPG. I almost feel like someone somewhere said that. No, you know what it probably was, legit? I don't know if this is true. But it was probably someone somewhere said, well, how do we do the level scaling? We need to use this... Because remember, level scaling was new with Oblivion. They didn't do that in Morrowind. Morrowind was all manual. Well, mostly manual, because then there's... The point being, Morrowind was mostly manual. So they're like, we need to use this new level scaling system. It's this great system, and we need to push it, because we like pushing terrible ideas here at Bethesda. So what we need to do is we need to have something for the scaling to scale off of. And everyone's like, well, how do we do that? Like, all the skills are just whatever. Well, I've got it. We'll make sure that the skills are used to level you up, and then we'll use the level for the scaling. Perfect! Should we design the leveling system to be interesting or fun, or allow for power progression to go upwards? Nah! Look, all I'm saying is the levels in this game suck. I don't really have much else to add to that, other than the last 10 minutes of me explaining how and why. So... No, I'm going to actually... Like I said, we're going to play normal. We have console commands. So we're fine. If it comes down to it. That is one of the benefits of having console commands. But I'm just going to straight up give a negative for levels. You know, I literally just said that, Mr. Ed. I know you don't watch my stream. Did you know at the beginning of every lore week... No, Okay, so I talked about that, and I think we'll talk about more of the leveling thing when we actually level, when we show it off. But we're going to go ahead, and we're going to pick it. We're going to go with the standard class and presume we don't know this game. We're a bard. Probably not. Classical burrito.
A few rats and goblins won't give you any trouble.
So after the sewers, then what?
You must get the amulet to Joffrey. Take no chances, but proceed to Wayne Priory immediately. Got it?
Immediately. Got it.
Good. The Emperor's trust was well placed.
So what about you? What are you going to do?
I'll stay here to guard the Emperor's body and make sure no one follows you. You'd better get moving. May Talos guide you.
Yep. Centuries ago, a great battle took place in Anvil Bay. Huh. Cool. I discovered a notice from Snock Grabara of the Chestnut Handy Staples. She's offering horse armor. Huh. Cool. No. I mean...
Leave the Emperor in peace.
That's what happens if you do that.
You need to get out of here. There's no telling who will come first. The Blades are more assassins.
Well, they're not good, Aurorix, but I wouldn't call them bad either. Tell me about everything.
The sacred symbol of the Empire. Only those of Septim blood can wear it, they say.
The only way I would ever live in the world of Elder Scrolls is if I had the power over the Daedra. Because, wow. There's just, like, death is not the end in Elder Scrolls, and it sucks.
He's the Grand Master of the Blades. As the eyes and ears of the Emperor, the Blades don't advertise themselves. We of the Imperial Bodyguard are the public face of the Blades, but most of my brothers serve the Emperor quietly, behind the scenes. You'll find Grand Master Joffrey at Wayne Priory, living as a simple monk.
Well, it depends on if you think the Kim actually exists or not, Mr. Red, which it might not, depending on, debatably. Can you wear the amulet? No. Is the horse armor the first DLC? No. The first DLC predates this game by about 9 years. I talked about that earlier.
My order is dedicated to the service of the Septim Emperors. We have failed in our duty to protect him.
I do not agree with that, Gum Gum. I just think it's gradients. Tell me about Uriel Septim.
May Talos guide his soul to Aetherius. Rest in peace, my lord. A chapter house of the Order of Talos, a monastic order connected to the Blades. It's located on the Black Road just outside of Coral.
Ah, cool. Peace.
Farewell.
Yeah, so for those of you who didn't watch the Elder Scrolls lore run, we had a counter we called the debatable counter, which was... And every time there was a bit of lore that was debatable, we'd... And it got to the point where I wouldn't actually say the word debatable. I'd just like... Someone would be like, isn't this the way this works? And my response would be, well... And I would just do that. That's the problem with Elder Scrolls lore in a nutshell. While it works well enough within a specific game, the overall Elder Scrolls lore is not. There's way too much of it that is way too ill-defined. And screw all that. God, that was just such a nightmare when doing the lore run. Yeah, as I say, there's worse continuities. Like 2 or 3, something like that. Listen, all I'm saying, Gum Gum, is stab! Alright, Gum Gum's dead. We're okay. We're okay. Whew. Yeah, let's not even get into ESO or the fact that they like to retcon in each individual game. Hey, there's a mysterious message that's been delivered to me in these sewers. It's always amused me how the DLC quests just kind of slowly activate after this point. I've heard of a lost alien city where Mehrunes' razor is hidden. Huh. According to a deed that's been delivered to me, I've got a property called Frostcrag Spire. Sweet! How awesome! There's a rumor the defenders of Battlehorn Castle are besieged by marauders. Yeah, the UPS in Tamriel is legit. Yeah, no, I like the idea that Boris is like, you must go. And we turn around, and there's just a UPS guy there. In uniform, you know, brown uniform, just... Could you sign here, please? There we go. Hang on, one more thing. I got another one. Got this one. Okay, here's this one. Hang on, I got another one. Hi, Kolpakos. I'm probably saying your name incredibly wrong, and for that, I do apologize. But welcome to the stream. Nope, we're not doing archery. We're doing it legit. Screw having fun with this game. Besides, we need to show off how bad melee is. Actually, in all sincerity, at some point we will have to debate a negative for melee. At the very least... Is that it? Yeah. At the very least, melee is not a positive. Bare minimum. So, set up a save, and we're out. Now, this is actually awesome. And we're done now. We're done with the intro. But this is great, because, first of all, this is... probably unintentionally, a perfect way to completely skip the entire intro if you want to. You know that save I just made? How many of you have a save right there? Because all you have to do is have that manual save whenever. And then you just walk up, and then you can edit your race, your birth sign, and your class. All of the actual class customization options are right here. And then you can just boop and get on with the game. This is an awesome feature. I hate to oversell this, but this is a great feature. Not only for the reasons I just mentioned, but on the off chance you change your mind, or maybe you want to tinker with it, or maybe you aren't sure and you just want to double check it. You know, that kind of a thing. There is a lot of great here, which this is a good time to start being positive again. Two positives, by the way. I'm giving a positive for... How do I say this? There's actually going to be 3 positives, isn't it? Let's do 2 for now. We'll pencil in a third. How's that sound? Oh, sorry, no. We're doing 3 positives and we're penciling in a 4th. Sorry. My bad. Positive for gameplay. It's not Fallout 76. A lot of games would get that positive. Well, my answer to that, Lord Harrimont, is... But that is a valid point. It is a valid point. So, the class creation system is positive number 1. You get to choose and design... you can choose and design custom, obviously. The game tracking and designing, you know, giving you an idea of what you should play based on how you play, and the fact that there's so many prefab templates which allow you to, if you don't know what you're doing and don't have a walkthrough, to have a bunch of options. That's good. That's a positive. No. That's the debatable counter, Lord Harrimont, which I should reset because we're not actually doing a lore run here. If I do. Click, you know what, here. So this is the crash counter. I'll pull out a new, guys, I got 3 of these things. So if I ever just do this, just replace with the word debatable. And just, we figured this out during the lore run. We kind of got that Pavlovian response thing. God, I've been streaming for 2 hours? So, I'm out of the sewers, guys. I swear, it's okay, this is a lore run. The class build system is excellent. It tracks what you do to give suggestions. There's prefab templates for new players, and you can customize. Customize your class. So that's positive number 1. Positive number 2, the intro. As I've said before, I do think this intro is actually very well designed. It does a lot right. It does, like, I'd say 3 things wrong total. And we've named all 3 of those things here as we've been going through this. And it does 3 things wrong and like 50 things right. I'm sorry, that's an exaggeration. It's closer to like 20 things right. There is a lot of excellent gameplay design choices in this first dungeon. It is probably the best dungeon in the entire game. And that's just purely from a gameplay perspective. So... Let's see. It is Poogity. I agree, which is funny because that makes this one of the. That's like this and the Imperial Tower are like some of the only really good dungeons in this game. Not counting the DLCs or expansions. Anyways, so yes, the Inwa. Hi, remember me? Stab. So that's a plus for the intro, a plus for the class build system, and a plus for the intro. You're probably thinking, what? Now we'll talk about this, because there's actually a topic here, but I do think the intro story, this is a story positive, I do think the intro story-wise does a very good job of setting up the stakes, setting up the scope, giving you a little bit of an insight on how the story works and where you're going, and the nature of the threat you're facing, and just a little. It's a good peek. It's exactly what an intro should be. Doesn't go too far. Doesn't go too few. It's like, here's what you're going up against. Boof. Well, an SP is a story positive, whereas a GP is a gameplay positive. And yeah, there's a reason the difficulty is 2 negatives. We already talked about that. Yeah, that's true, Nithrius. I didn't even realize that for years. I think I talked about that before, because I wasn't that... Like, I played Arena, but I barely remembered it, you know? Because it... In fact, for a long time, I didn't even realize Arena was actually connected to Morrowind. You can make fun of me for that if you want. Because I played Arena and Daggerfall back in the day, and then just... You know, it was just another PC game, right? Because there's a whole bunch of not very memorable PC games I played back in the day. We go. Okay. So we've got plus to story. Where are we at on this one? Right there. Okay. Now what was the potential? Oh, yeah. We'll go ahead and got a potential for this one. Yeah, you've never played the Wheel of Time FPS game? I actually have played that game, believe it or not. Okay. Hang on, I actually meant to do something really quick. Sorry. I'm going to set up a manual save here. There we go. Just in case. Just in case. Now, I need to do something really quick because it's extremely important. I'll turn it back down. Don't worry. I'll turn it back down. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. actually answered that earlier, Venetia. But I'll answer again. It's actually got a nice skybox, too, which is so rare. Even nowadays, this nice of a skybox is actually kind of rare. Notice it moves and shifts and changes over time, which is also pretty rare. Nah, Loner. I'm fine with it being random. How do I want to do this? Let's do this first. I said I'd turn it back down, and I will. I also said I'd give a plus to... Whoop! Hang on. Nope. There we go. Plus to gameplay. Music. I have no idea how many pluses that will blossom into. It's very likely that will be more than one plus. But for right now, plus to music. Duh. I don't even feel like I need to make my point here. I think it's the same for me, Casual. Like, even more modern games tend to not have as well designed of skyboxes as these suckers. Because they move, and they shift, and they have weather. Which all sounds fairly basic, but you'd be surprised how few games have this. There's a reason my original, very first background I ever used for my animated backgrounds was captured from Oblivion. Okay. So, now we have a problem. Now I have to pretend I don't know this game and decide what I'm going to do. Well, it gets to sit there, Justin, because I don't feel like auto-tabbing right now. Or alt-tabbing. Alright, okay, I remember the first time I played this game. And I remember the thing I did the first thing I played this game. And the first thing I did was I went this way. Yeah, I know this game so well that I'm just sitting here like, how do I do? So I'm immediately attacked by this guy.
Whoa! Show me what you've got.
Very minor point. It doesn't really get positive. I just want to comment on how I like the fact that they will recognize when you are in melee range and switch off of archery. As long as they have another weapon that exists. They might not, but they do. What do we got here? I'll take your arrows. Nom, 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 nom. I should probably get some kind of armor going on. So since we're going kind of light play style here. Give me a second. Just give me a second. It's really important. We have to be respectful. There we go. There we go. Alright. So, let's get some armor on, shall we? We look terrible. Ooh, and some boots. And let's just go ahead and get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. There we go. Listen, I'm not... So, I said I'd tell the Argonian's tale again. So, originally, I played an Argonian back in Morrowind because I liked the legs. I thought the type of legs were cool, and I was like, sweet! I played an Argonian. And then, Oblivion came around, and if you've played this game, you know that during character creation, it doesn't actually tell you... It doesn't show you the full body. You know, it doesn't show you this. It shows you this when you're making a character. So, I made an Argonian, and I was like, wait a second! Something's wrong here! But by this point, I was already kind of committed to it, and Argonians are cool, so I just kind of stuck with it. I've always liked Lizardkin in general. Anyways. Thinking. Laura, yes, Laura's definitely a vegetarian. Hang on, let me eat this apple. So, this is how potion making works. We add an ingredient. We can't add anything else with that. Hang on. What else do we got here? Well, I don't know if you know your lore, Puggety, but given what the Argonians did to the Dunmer, no. That's not how that went. So I can make a poison. Unfortunately, I can't make any stamina things right now. Oh well, that's the alchemy crafting stuff, and there's actually a huge. It's not so much there's a huge variety of what you can make, so much as there's not specific things you make. There's just variables you add to potions, which means the amount of stuff you can make is huge because it's just adding modifiers thanks to what you add to the mix, rather than I want to make a high potion or a +3 potion of 1d8 healing. It's I'm going to add this, this, and this, all those things combined to make this effect. So, yeah, to be perfectly blunt, I do want to give at least a potential positive for alchemy, because not only is it fun to gather and craft, but it's also pretty useful. Hey, Don. Thank you very, very much as always, sir. Much obliged. I will put that towards Diddy Kong Racing, apparently. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, Don, while you're there, what VPN do you use, if you don't mind my asking? If you say NordVPN, I'm going to laugh. Man, the Hist can go to hell. All I'm saying about that. PIA, gotcha. I've heard a few people mention that one, but I figured you'd probably know that more than most people I know. Because I trust Don's thoughts on that quite a bit. See you around, Nithrius. Have a good day at work. Okay, so we got the alchemy thing. I just want to jot this down so I don't forget. Magic crafting. And jotting this down so I don't forget. Enchanting. Go ahead, get the meme out of the way. It's okay. Other things I'm debating right now. We already talked about durability. We already talked about leveling. I am not mute. No, like you can hear me right now, right? Like I see my mic going up. Why did the music stop? Because I am alt-tabbed. That's how that works. Did you know it's not actually playing looped music? It's actually playing MP3s, which then fade into another MP3, which fades into another MP3. But when you're alt-tabbed, it doesn't start up a new MP3, so it just plays until the song ends, and then it just sits there waiting to start the new song. As soon as I tab back, it'll start playing again. Anyways. Let's get dungeons. Yeah, dungeons are probably going to be a negative. So let's go with dungeon design, dungeon. These are probably going to be 2 negatives. Dungeon sameness. It's not a word, but I don't care. And then we've got. I'm trying to think of other like large-scale mechanic systems we can talk about. Did I already put archery down? I did. Archery's there. No, sameness. I like that. It's a word now. It's a new thing. I'm just trying to think of large-scale stuff while I'm here. I already mentioned the power progression thing. I already mentioned the level laying itself. I was thinking of something else just now, just when I was walking up, and it's gone. Sameness. I need to copyright everything. The persuasion mechanic. I mean, I hate it. I hate it so much I've basically never used it. I usually just bribe my way to victory when it comes to persuading people. Or Sugar Magoo. Oh yeah, voice acting. That was it. That was it. We will potentially voice acting question mark. We'll put a question mark by that one. Sure, Loner, go for it. Thank you for asking for permission. Okay, so that's a lot of potentials, but I want to jot this down so I don't forget anything. I gotta be honest, I don't expect the story score in this game to be overly high. I have no idea what the gameplay score is going to be. I really don't. This is what I like to think of as one of those flawed masterpieces. A lot right and a lot wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's where we're at on gameplay right now. And also here. So 4, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Okay. So that's where we're at right now. God, is that seriously? It's crossing the whole thing. Of course it is. Whatever. Moving on. All of the pluses for the Adoring Fan. All of them. Hey look, it's totally someone's corpse and not a moon. Did you know that all of those dots are not stars? Those are holes in reality that lead out to magic. I'm never going to stop making fun of that. Let's do this random dungeon. Let's see how bad it is. Let's grab some food first. Food is actually great for early alchemy. Not only for raising it, but for making stuff that's worthwhile. Why? Well, because food has restore fatigue. See? So good. This is a good way to get some early stuff here. Whoops. Yeah, I know there's a Nirn root, excuse me, around here somewhere. So let's go ahead and map those to... Whoops, wrong button. Don't want to do that on... Let's do it on 3 for right now. I don't hear it, and I don't remember where it is. I should be able to see it from the coastline if I look around. I mean, I guess Kira White Noise? I don't know. You know me. I hate that kind of weird stuff, for lack of a better term. I always have. So the idea that there's just holes in reality leading to a magic realm just makes me go... It just makes me roll my eyes and move on. Oh no. It's my most hated enemies! Die, mud crabs! You don't belong in this world! Okay, they're dead, they're dead. Yeah, the sun is a really big hole. In reality. Sure. Like I said, I don't like it. Moving on. It's okay, because I can just sort of assume it's not real, because it's not technically codified lore. Remember? So I can just ignore it. And I do. Until Elder Scrolls 6, when it's like, hey, by the way... And I'm gonna be like, are you kidding me? Yes, power! Power. So, dungeon.
Who's there? Where are you?
Alright, here we go. It's time to kill. No!
The baby gonna cry.
Well, the baby had to cry. Sorry, guys. Sorry. He said so many hurtful things. So I hope you like Alien runs. I would not call this a scary game, no. Damn it!
Ha! You'll never take me down.
Ah! Ooh, an iron shield. Guys, we're up to iron armor now. Oh, yeah. Check that out. Get rid of this. Well, that's heavy, though. What do you... Well... Ah, no, yeah, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Sneaky, sneaky. Sure, Gum Gum. You win!
What's that?
Bows have durability, yes. In fact, it's this game or Morrowind? I forget which it is, but if your strength is really high, your strength is what determines how much durability you lose every time you pull the bow. I forget which one that is specifically, forgive me. So if you really crank your strength up, and you just snap your bow, which is amusing, but also kind of irritating.
What's that? Damn rats always.
Hey, I heard a rumor about a strange doorway that's opened up in the Nibbin Bay.
Skirting around in the shadows, making me jumpy.
Yeah, I guess I was saying it sounds like Morrowind because I don't think I've done that in this game, but I know it was one of them. No! Well, I got some experience at least.
Oh, I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Oh yeah, by the way, there's an actual benefit to blocking other than reducing the damage you take. I'll try to show it off here for a sec. See that recoil? They actually can't attack for a few seconds after they recoil. So there is a legitimate value to blocking. Which is funny, because I usually don't sword and board in these games. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, this durability it's got nothing on Breath of the Wild, sadly. Oh yeah, obviously this is going to be a no-sleep run. No, I'm kidding. Like I said, we're playing, you know, legit, a.k.a. I don't know this game. It's not full stagger, but it's kind of leaning in that direction. No! Damn it.
This is the part where you
It also affects you.
don't feel bad.
And that's about as complex as melee combat ever gets, by the way. So I hope you like that. Whoops. There we go. Hey, Chocolate Rob. Yeah, I think he's in the Emoji Movie, Chocolate Rob. Like, he couldn't get into any Disney flick, but he finally got a voice acting. He got a voice acting role in the Emoji Movie. So good on him. You know, it's not quite a Disney movie, but... Patrick, who? I've never heard of that character before. Ooh, a claymore. Not too shabby.
Hello? Who's that?
I haven't decided yet, Sigma. Although, this is a good time to mention something. So, you don't have to hyper-specialize in this game. You don't. You can have multiple weapons equipped. For situations like this. For example. Then you can just switch back. And since you can hotkey, it doesn't take that long to switch between weapons. Whee. Now, I'll be the first to admit that it's actually not all that bad dungeon crawling in this game. The first time. But that's when the problems start up.
What's that?
We'll see what we think of this long term.
Starting to see things.
Yeah, by the end of the game, I have so many spells, I actually can't fit them on the hotbars. That is a downside. You only get the, what is it, 8? Yeah, you only get 8 hot buttons. That's it. Let's see if we can melee. Ah! Booyaka! Alright. Ooh, gauntlets. Don't we already have... Yeah, we're totally going the heavy route. Oh, yeah. Okay, real talk. Glass armor looks stupid in this game, and frankly, I think a lot of the armor looks stupid in this game. But I do think some of the armor looks really good, and it's usually the basic armor, like the iron armor or the steel armor. You know, just good. I like it. You know, nice and simple.
Whatever it was.
Yeah, I don't care for fur, but leather's good. We'll see that in a bit.
Hello. Who's there? Who's there?
I don't agree, Slifer?
Who's there?
No one to see here but us rats. Yeah. Rats. Gotta say it right. Ooh, a carrot. Nom, 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 nom. You know, I'd feel bad about murdering all these people. But I don't. Oh yeah, this is a good time to mention. So, this... okay. This is not the worst map ever. I don't think this is negative worthy. It fills out as you go, as you can see, like I haven't explored there. It does give you points of interest as you go. But there's a few dungeons in this game which have layers and tiers to them, like, and as in vertical tiers, that it doesn't really indicate. So you're looking at this and it's like, but it's at least serviceable enough that I don't think this is negative worthy. While we're here, though, I do think this deserves a positive, so I'm just going to go ahead and give it that positive and move on. The arena map. And so it's a positive for fast travel, by the way. I'll just go ahead and say that. The way they do fast travel is good. And in case I have to explain that, even though I've mentioned this many, many times, in fact, I have used this game as a good example of good fast travel. So, you can fast travel out of combat. You can scroll around and see where it is physically. Stuff is revealed by quests, so you can see stuff like that. But I think those are the yeah. So so you have a different icon indicator for things you haven't actually been to yet, but now you know where it is, so you can actually see to go to it. You can go to any of these, and most towns have multiple spots, so you can have, you can enter whichever part of the town you actually want to enter. And you can fast travel as long as you're out of a dungeon and as long as you're out of combat. And you reveal more points on the map as you go. Now, this does not count as cheating. I just want to show something off. That's not the command. What's the command? Oh, I can't think of it. Like, I know I've done it before, but I don't remember what it is. What's the thing that reveals the whole map? Like, every point of interest on the entire map? There we go. Okay. So, sorry. I just wanted to show off what the map looks like when it's actually filled. Because as you can see, there's some dead areas, like up there, for example. But for the most part, there is a lot of stuff and a lot of points. And all of these are fast travelable. Every single one of these I can just warp to, as long as I am in a warpable location. And as... Oh crap, someone saw me. Hang on. Okay, I'm safe. And as long as I just walk by it or walk relatively close to it, you don't even have to be right on top of it in most cases. There's like a zone that's painted on the map, and if you get within that zone, it reveals it there. You cannot fast travel from inside dungeons, no. That's actually one of the biggest uses I tend to use the Mark and Recall spell for, which is a mod, because it's not built into the game. But what I will often do is I'll set a mark right before I go into a dungeon, walk into the dungeon, do the dungeon, recall back out to the entrance, and then I'll fast travel wherever I want to. So, that is awesome. It is possibly the best fast travel system I've ever seen. And I like it. Moving on. It encourages you to explore. It gives you indication of where to go. There's... Oh, yeah, there's actually roads. Sorry, this is actually a pretty good map, too. There's actually roads. There is stuff to do on these roads. There's usually things you can see from these roads that give you an idea of where else to go. So, and I've talked about this before, one of my usual approaches in this game is I will walk to a place the first time I go there. And as I'm roaming around, I will encounter stuff, and I will do stuff on the way there. And then I will walk to my next location. You know, going all the way down to Leowin, for example, or whatever. And so unveiling a whole bunch of stuff to do, including, there's like the Inquest that's along here. There's the ghost ship, which is along here. There's the goblin thing. But the point is, once I have walked from Leowin up to Cheydinal, the next time I need to go back up to Cheydinal, I'll just warp there. That's usually my approach. But the fast travel is optional, and it's well designed, and it encourages exploration, and I love it. Moving on. There's actually some small variance in each Bethesda game, but yes is the answer to your question. Yes, Retro Justice, did you know I have a website that tracks this kind of thing? Okay, so, walk time. Speaking of walking. So yeah, law enforcement in this game. So I don't think it's well designed. No, we're not going to do the rest of the ruins here. After all, I didn't find the rest of the ruins as I was just exploring. It was just some bandits. Nothing else. I didn't find this out until I started modding this game. But I do have to think that the guard's detection radius is stupid. It's like 1,500 units of distance, which is gargantuan for them detecting whether or not you've done a crime or not. Other than that, I'm fine with it, though. After all, life is cheap. So, also, you know, there's signs that indicate general locations. On the off chance you, for whatever reason, don't want to use the map and see that the blue road leads up to Cheydinal. Tell it to the judge. Well, no, there's no judge. They just kill you in the streets, gum. As they should. Hey, what's that random building up there in the Juro Mountains? I guess that's nothing. By the way, speaking of things that I think this game does better than Skyrim, this. I actively dislike the map, the overworld map in Skyrim. I've said that before, I'll say it again. I think this is way better. It's still stylized, so it's pretty, but it is so much more functional and so much more easier to navigate. The only downside is I can't zoom out. It's pretty much the only negative I can think of for this map. Huh. Yeah, I know, Kolpakos. I've used it. I don't care. I still think the map kind of sucks, because just navigating the map has that whole made-for-console problem. So, lack of minimap? So that's never bothered me before. We'll see as we go through if that bothers me. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. So, plus to map. What's the main feel I get? That's a good question. Comfort, home, relaxed. I don't know. Yeah, the compass. So I've seen good compass design and I've seen bad compass design over the years. I think this is good compass design. In fact, this might even be another positive. Check this out. So I'm standing right here, right? If I look at the map, there's nothing near me. However, I go ahead and look at this map, and I could see that icon. That's an Iliad ruin. Every icon is a different type of interactable, and you learn this through interaction. That's a cave, so there's a cave in that direction nearby. If I go over here, there's a fort that's over there. And also I have the quest indicator, which tells me the general idea of where to go. This is actually pretty good, as far as compasses go. I think I'm going to put that in as an aggregate. That's not great, but that's good. I like it. I like it. Unfortunately, this game will not be getting a plus for the quest objective marker, which is funny because it does it better and worse than Skyrim. But the problem is it does dumb quest objectives. As in, it's just beelines. It's like, this is where you need to go. But it doesn't know how to smartly route that. So, a hypothetical example. Let's say there's a relatively large building or dungeon where your quest objective is in. It won't see where you are and say, oh, well, given where you are, this is the entrance to that dungeon you need to go to. Instead, it will mark, generally, the default entrance to that dungeon or house, which you, under the specific circumstances, you may or may not have an easy time of finding, or in some cases, you may not even have access to. And it's like, how the heck do I get in here? And then you have to find the other entrance, stuff like that. It's a relatively minor thing that usually crops up more when you're navigating the Imperial City or some of the larger stuff later on. But yeah, it's not smart. It's actually the exact opposite of smart. It's a dumb marker. It says, go to this. This is the one-to-one path to where you are going. It's not a dumb question, but take a drink. No mods. Whoop. It's okay, Plate Smasher. It's not a dumb question. I said it. I wasn't joking. Ah, he bucked. Also true, Tesla. Aw, I missed. There we go. So, yeah, plus to archery. Oh yeah, that's a good point. So, we've talked about this before during the lore run, obviously. Well, it's the same composer, Mike Romano, but I don't know why you would say this sounds like Morrowind, to be completely honest. The styles of instruments he uses are substantially different between Morrowind and Oblivion. Anyways, so this is a good thing to bring up. Morrowind didn't really have a map, it had directions. Morrowind would say, okay, here, let's actually demonstrate. Let's assume that the exit to sewers is right here, so I don't have to walk all the way over here. And Morrowind would say, go to the road and take your right. You want to go right until you pass under the archways until you get to the first crossing. Turn left at the crossing and go up the hill, past several caves until you see a walled city in the distance. When you get to the walled city, that's your destination. That's what Morrowind would do. We demonstrated that during the lore run. Oblivion would give a quest marker directly on the city, which would be like up there. But it does at least tend to give some degree of directions. And it depends. That's the catch. It kind of depends on what it actually says in the thing. For example, in this case, all it says is, take the Amulet of Kings to Joffrey at Wayne and Priory near the city of Coral. So there's some directions, but not much. However, if you were paying attention, and this is where I think this game improves over Skyrim's model, in several cases, if you talk to the NPC, they will give you optional information that usually boils down to either flavor lore or directions. We actually showed that off when we talked to Boris. He actually was like, hey, this is where you can go, and this is where it is, blah, blah, blah. So, I know this is going to sound like a thing we're going to say a lot, but Oblivion's kind of the in-between of Morrowind's excessive text reliance because of lack of gameplay options, and Skyrim's reliance on gameplay options rather than text design. And that is true, Pogody. There were badly designed quests in Morrowind. In fact, that one, I actually showed this off during the lore. There's one quest that you're doing for the Ashlanders, which is, I would argue, legitimately badly written. And how it's like, yeah, go over there. Do you just want me to go there? Yeah, go over there. Okay. Sure. Now, one thing that does irritate me a little bit about this game, it's more of a flavor thing than anything. Damn it. He was going too fast. Hang on, I can do this. If I could hit that deer earlier, I can do this. There we go. Ahem. What? I love the archery in this game. What do you want from me? I think I've already made this point. Where does Body go? There he is. The thing I don't like is there's no forts in this game. I know what you're thinking. What? Lore, yes, there is. No, you're wrong. Dead wrong. And I'm... What? Where are you going? Come back here. Come back here. Come back here. Stop running, you coward. Yeah. Stop running from me. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to have fun. Sorry. Ooh. Nice shoes. And a spark tome. Yeah, Oblivion doesn't have forts. Sorry. I was in the middle of talking and I got distracted there. Oblivion doesn't have forts. It has the fort tile set, but it's always underground. This is what all the forts look like in the game. There's like 2 exceptions, and they're both specific quest-related stuff. One of which was a DLC. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the fortress. And it's always weird to me. It's like, oh, well, let me go inside this fort, which is a broken-down wall. And then it's this tile set. So we've seen 2 of the tile sets. So we've got Iliad, Fort, and Cave. There's definitely going to be a 4th tile set, I think. Maybe. There might not be. Now, I did do that on purpose, but the problem was I also screwed up, because what I meant to do is I meant to have the torch out for that, so I could show that off. There we go. Okay, so check it out. This is kind of cool. This is the... what? They have a... They kind of tutorialize how traps work here. Like normal traps with this kind of a thing. See? There's a little pressure plate, of course, but it's pretty easy to miss that pressure plate. But it's a lot easier to see the obvious blood stains and the corpse, and that draws your attention up to the things that shoot, and blah, blah. You get the idea. So, this is one of the only places that actually does that. Most of the time, there's nothing really indicating the traps, but it's a kind of a, hey, traps is something you should be aware of. Just a really brief kind of tutorialization thing, which I do like. Oh yeah, they can detect you through walls. That is one of the ways that stealth fails. Shrug. Hey, there's a trapdoor going down. Yep. 20 gold. Which is a lot of money for a normal person. And totally not for us. We should totally use a pickaxe as our weapon. Yeah, we're not going to do it. Alright, this is it. We got this. Oh, that makes perfect sense, Gum Gum. I'm gonna leave now and never come back. Bye! Thank you very, very much, Strimmer Rage, for the sub. Always appreciate. If you happen to know where you'd like to put that, please let me know. If I can find my document. There it is. Okay. I'm sorry, what's the same case with every RPG ever, Loner? I feel like I've missed the rest of the conversation. Yeah, sure thing, Axelber. Alright. Hey, there's a goblin right there. Aw. I was gonna be all clever. But now you must die. Goblin scum. No, I don't have anything else to say, Gum Gum. You like it, I hate it. There's nothing else to add there. Thought determines reality just sounds like nonsense and stupidity to me, to be completely honest. Like, the very idea of that is just eyebrow raising. Then again, I can only think of 2 examples of that off the top of my head, and both of them were pretty badly done. Looking at you, Star Trek. Like, thought temporarily causing, you know, reality to change. Sure. That's not thought alters reality, though, at that point. That's just, like, you're in a sub-pocket dimension where your thoughts are manifested into reality. So, therefore, it is temporarily a status which exists, you know? And failed at it, too, SA2K. But let's not talk about that. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Ooh, there we go. There goes the topic. Wow, they really like their skulls, these gobos, don't they? As I say, there's several planes in D&D that function that way. Sometimes a dreamscape will. Gold. Gold. Gold! Oh, sorry. Oh! Ah! Okay, that's on me. I'm not even sure how I triggered that one. Whatever. I don't apologize. Just die horribly! I mean... Alright, where are you? I hear you. You're probably down. I do not feel like I've been losing weight at all. In fact, I've been doing this thing where I periodically will take a picture to see how badly I'm doing. And so far, I look absolutely no different whatsoever. The only way I can tell that I'm losing weight is the fact that I can now... How do I explain this? I can hug my knees without incident. No, they were trying to kill each other, Mike Tomato. They're fighting over ownership of the fort. I would guess the goblins are the people who are squatting and the marauders are the people who are trying to take it. If I were to guess on the matter. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. But no, you win, Gum Gum. I acquiesce. You are right about everything. I'm sorry. That sounds mean. I don't actually mean it that way. Beat Saber. I don't have room. I thought about it. Also, I would probably get sick doing it. No, my torch! No! If only I had another torch. Hi, Darkstorm Zero. Yes, Elder Scrolls lore is the opposite of fixed. Exactly! That's the problem! That's why I'm not really into Elder Scrolls lore anymore, and haven't been ever since I did the Elder Scrolls lore run, to be completely honest. Really going through and researching it, and finding out just how, in my opinion, badly written the Elder Scrolls overall world building is, absolutely killed my interest in the franchise's lore. Doesn't help that I didn't care for Skyrim that much, and Morrowind's just kind of okay. I'm not even sure I can call myself an Elder Scrolls fan at this point in time. Aww. A lot of skeletons. That's actually funny that that happened. I did not expect that to happen, I'll be honest. Ooh, I get a flawed topaz. Well worth my time coming down here. Pretty much Kira White Noise, yeah. Really digging into the Kirkbride lore absolutely destroyed my interest in the franchise lore. Just gone. Junkie? No. Like, I'll replay Skyrim once to review it, and I'll replay Morrowind once to review it. But the only one of these games I ever have any interest or desire to play again would be the one I'm playing right now. God dang it. I need to go that way. Wake up, Laura. So I need to go... Wait, what? I'm right. I need to go this way. I haven't saved since we left here. Expectations and hope for Elder Scrolls 6. It would be nice if it wasn't as bad as Fallout 76. Now that sounds like a joke, but it's not. That's about as much as I'm expecting right now. For it to be not as bad as Fallout 76. I guess I can put away the darn torch. Who am I more nervous about, Square Enix or Bethesda? That's an interesting question. Because nervousness involves caring. The only way you can be nervous about something is if you care about it. And I'm not sure I care about either at this point. Yeah, that's my answer. Pass. Like, I could see Elder Scrolls 6 being on the same level of quality as Fallout 4. Now, to be clear, I thought Fallout 4 was okay. Like, the moment I lose, she's like, I'm gonna scooch forward a bit. And I know that it's so sad that simply saying that Fallout 4 was an okay game puts me as an outlier, but I think Fallout 4 was an okay game. I do. It was not a Fallout game. And the narrative... Okay, I said this during the rumination. The narrative for Fallout 4 was actually pretty good right up until a certain point in the story, which I will not spoil here, obviously. And then it just sort of died. And not only did it stop being interesting, like, it stopped being well-written, and it started actively plunging into badly written very quickly. Like, really quickly. Yeah, it was just like, okay, yeah, I'm with this. And there's some cool characters, too. I will actually go so far as to say that some of the characters in Fallout 4 are among my favorite characters, like companions and whatnot, when it comes to the franchise in general. Roland Jezerek, huh? I heard he's a vampire. But yeah, like, there was some good characters, there was a decent plot up to a point. It was an acceptable FPS. They did some things right. Like, there are the occasional game design decisions that are right. I think the leveling was borked. I think the way that they gave you the power armor way too early was awful. I think that the heavy reliance on procedural generation was terrible. I really liked the base building. In fact, my biggest complaint with the base building was that it didn't go far enough. And frankly, mods did not expand on it the way I was hoping they would. Did I pass it? Oh, it's right there. I did pass it. Yeah, mutated mobs was not a great idea. Wasn't really down for that. Sorry, I just got to do this. It's just tradition at this point. Okay. But, I mean, yeah, Fallout 4 was just a mixed bag. Some of the vaults were great in Fallout 4. In fact, I would say some of the best overall content in terms of both gameplay and story in Fallout 4 was some of the side vaults that really had nothing to do with the main narrative. But Fallout 4 is about as much as I expect from Elder Scrolls 6. Let's get some stuff here, don't mind me. I'm trying not to beeline. It's such a habit to beeline in this game, because I know where I'm going and I know why I want to go there. You may or may not know this, I've played this game a couple times. How much do I hope for? I just told you. That's the high bar. Do I think the purchase from Microsoft will affect it? No. Hey, a cave! So, Alien Ruin, Fortress, Cave. We have now seen 3/4 of the dungeons in this game. Slight exaggeration. Very slight.
Hello? Who's there? Come here!
Wait a minute. These are coffins. And that's a vampire! Are you a vampire? Are you an angel?
Show me what you got.
Okay, fine. I won't deliberately get vampirism.
Straight to sub.
Thought about it. Or I could get it accidentally. That works too. Yay! We're a vampire. I think that's a new record for me. We are now a vampire. I mean, we can get it fixed. Getting it fixed at this stage is super easy. Yeah, I was just... Some of these places have pseudo-randomly designed stuff. And so it's a chance. It's a proc chance as they hit you to contract the disease, at which point you have 3 days to cure it. It is incredibly easy to cure. Any cure disease potion will do it. Any cure disease spell will do it. You can just talk to an altar. Lots of ways to cure vampirism in this game. Well, I do have a shield, Aurorix. I will say the vampirism in this game... God, how do I explain this? It feels like a good idea that I'm not really into. Is there a way to cure it after completely transformed? Yes, there is a quest arc, and you have to do the entire quest arc in order to cure yourself of vampirism. It's pretty involved, too. It's not as bad as Morrowind's, though. Oh my god. Curing yourself of vampirism in Morrowind was a thing. So I want to explain what I meant by the it feels good but badly executed. Yeah, that's also true, Dakota. Yeah, you can cure vampirism in Morrowind. It's an unmarked quest in Morrowind, but it is possible. You have to figure out which NPCs you can talk to as a vampire in Morrowind, which is very... So in Morrowind, if you become a vampire, the ridiculous majority of NPCs will not talk to you. And that means you can't interact with them. That means you can't do quests. That means you can't do content. So in Morrowind, if you go through the motions and become a vampire, what you've effectively done is prevented yourself from continuing to play the game. Turn it into pure sandbox mode. Which, I don't know about you guys, but for me, that would get boring in like 5 minutes flat. Hang on, hang on. Several chunks of the main quest you cannot do because you cannot interact with the NPCs you need to. There are several you can interact with, but not all of them. Anyways, there are some vampire quests you can do. Really big on the quote-unquotes there. But the downside is you need to figure out who can talk to you. And there's like a Mages Guild NPC, like one NPC who will talk to you. And if you talk to them, you can kind of start to reverse engineer the steps you need to do to get them the materials necessary in order to get the thing, and blah, blah, blah. And I don't remember the whole thing. It's a whole thing. So you're on Harkonnen. But once you do the whole thing, you can cure yourself of vampirism. Woo! And then go back to playing the game. Khajiit Night Vision usually didn't feel like me to a good feature, but then again, the Night Vision in this game in general does not feel like a good feature to me, because it's not... It just fiddles with the gamma. And, I don't know. We'll show that off later. How would I rewrite Elder Scrolls lore? Well, first of all, I would codify it. And then I'd think about it some more. Anyways. It's blue, da-dum-dee-da-dum-da. Where are we? We're this way. I was talking about something with regards to vampirism. I've completely lost track of my train of thoughts at this point. Oh, so I like the lore aspects of vampirism quite a bit. To me, this is actually one of my, I'd say like my third or fourth favorite approach to vampires. Because you contract it and you become a vampire. And you have some special abilities. Not a lot. The biggest special ability is actually something that has nothing to do with gameplay. You don't age, you don't, die. You've effectively become immortal. Congrats! And that's cool. That makes sense. But again, that's a lore thing, not a gameplay thing. And the more you feed, the weaker you are. But that makes perfect sense to me. Because I love the idea of... you retaining your semblance and sanity depends entirely on you resisting the form that you are being converted into. And the more you give into it, the more it is allowed to manifest. So you literally become stronger, the less you exhibit control over it. So all of that, from a lore perspective, is awesome to me. The problem is, that's also true in gameplay. So the less you feed, the stronger you are. But they're like, well, we gotta give some disadvantage, because obviously the player is still in full control of their minds, right? Well, we don't want to do the Morrowind thing where nobody will interact with you again, so how do we do this? Ah! I've got it. We'll make it so that you have ridiculous weaknesses that make it functionally irritating to do stuff, and also remove fast travel, kind of. Because what it is while you are at a very high level of vampire, obviously your fire weakness goes through the roof. But also, you start to take damage from the sun. Now, this is funny for two reasons. First of all, you can't fast travel while you're taking damage. But if you somehow mess with it to the point where you can fast travel, which you can do, you can either time it properly or fast travel from a specific point or whatever. So you fast travel, and then you show up and instantly die the second you get there, because the game takes account, every time you fast travel, it takes into account the distance you've traveled and moves time forward by that amount. So buffs will fall off, and time will pass, and blah, blah, blah. And then you will, if like for the last 2 hours you were traveling, you were taking sun damage for the last 2 hours, enough to kill you. So then you pop in and you die instantly because you died en route. En route. So in short, it's neat, but also useless. And the benefits of being a vampire are non-existent. Well, I don't want to say that, but there are very low benefits from being a vampire, gameplay-wise. Unless you go full tilt with it, in which case it severely hampers your ability to play the game. In short, playing a vampire in Oblivion feels more like a challenge mode than actually, some kind of augmentation and change into your playstyle. In that sense, I will say Skyrim did it a bit better, but even then, I'm not sure I would agree with that completely. I'd have to do a deep dive on the specific mechanics of it. Either way, let's go cure ourselves.
Speak, citizen.
Can I have a rumor?
I spoke with Dietz-San at the Mages Guild recently. I've never seen someone so happy about being in the guild.
Correct, Guido for life. That is correct. And no, sorry, Krigard, I never actually became a vampire back in Daggerfall. Or if I did, I have no memory of it.
He's that thief that the Imperial Watch are always going on about. He likes to steal from rich folk. Bye.
But yeah, I don't think the vampirism is a negative thing. It's just, I also don't think it's a positive thing. Like I said, it functionally feels more like a challenge mode than a gameplay variation. So this is Chadnall. Who here... Everyone has a favorite Oblivion city, right? Who here thinks Chadnall is... You know, who here puts Chadnall as their favorite city in Oblivion?
Hello.
Hello. Hang on, I physicsed my way out here, sorry. Nope, I don't want to hear your favorite, I just want to hear which one's... Chadnall is your favorite. Because we're going all the town. I mean, we gotta show them off as we go, guys. Come on. There we go. And I am no longer a vampire. Woo! So I think so. I should double check that. I like several of the quests in Chadnall. I also think Chadnall is very pretty. I love this style. Although, Coral, I think? I think that's Coral. Hang on. Yeah, Coral is prettier. So Chadnall, I'd probably put Chadnall as my third favorite town, just from aesthetic perspective. There are some good quests here, though. Oh yeah, don't allow me to forget to do a hard save before we do the Painter's quest, because that can bug out really badly in a permanent way. So that needs to be a thing. You know, I've always wanted to join the Fighters Guild. What do you guys think? Let's join the Fighters Guild. Let's see what they got.
Get lost or I'll pull your arm off.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
You're a likely-looking prospect? Thinking about the Fighters Guild?
Yeah, actually.
If you're looking to join up, you should speak with Velena Daunton in Coral, Azan in Anvil, or Burrs Grokrash in Chadnall.
Tell me about Chadnall.
I worked the arena in the Imperial City for a while. Got up to Gladiator, then to Capowder. A guy could get hurt, you know.
Any rumors?
They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep. It's how they recruit new members.
Let's test that. Sorry. So how do I join?
If you're interested, see Velena Daunton in Coral, or Azan in Anvil, or Burrs Grokrash in Chadnall.
Cool.
Stop talking.
Jeez, why does everyone dislike me so much? Damn. I'm just an Argonian. By the way, this is what the light spell looks like. I mean, this is a really small light spell, but this is what it does. It lights up nearby stuff. So it all kind of has this... Yeah. There's another version of light spell, which I'll show up later. Anyways.
What is it now?
Nothing.
Join the Fighters Guild? Fight and get paid for it.
What is wrong with your eyes? Why does everyone dislike me? So this is how... we should show off the persuasion thing. I hate this minigame. The only reason I'm willing to not give this a negative, and we can discuss this, is because it is so amazingly unnecessary. Because there's just so many ways around it. But, yeah, so we're going to start, and we look at their experience, so we get that.
Really now, you're such a charmer.
So we'll look at their expressions. He doesn't like that, so we'll do that.
Well done. That's foul. Is that so?
Okay. So, that's the persuasion wheel. This would be the second time, Mr. Red, that I have streamed Oblivion. Good morning, Admiral Thrawn.
I've settled down here. Nice place. A little slow, but it suits me. Birds grow kosh as a bear sometimes, but I got thick skin. Doesn't bother me.
Nords, am I right?
If you're looking for armor, you should speak with Tercia Vedusia.
Well, okay.
Join the guild. You won't regret it.
Since we're back to a talky section, we're going to turn this back down a bit. Hey, look! Ebony armor. Totally worth it. No, it's not. Don't even. Creation of potion. So this is actually kind of neat. There's books and letters you can read without stealing them, even though they're marked as items you can steal. So I can just look at this and say, hey, combine any two normal foods, such as meat or seeds. Grind carefully. Place result in a small pestle. Mix with ordinary clear water. Restore fatigue. Recipe.
What do you want, a job? If you want it from me, you'll have to join the Fighters Guild. Not that I'm sure you can cut it.
I think I can cut it. Tell me about the Fighters Guild, real quick.
I love being in the guild. There's money to be made. If you're interested, find Velena Dunton in Coral.
Ironically, the Fighters Guild doesn't pay all that well in this game, but that's not why we're doing it, is it?
This guild is going to hell in a hog cart. Look at what they give me. Keld of the Isles, Odinbar, both Guardian rank. Pfft, useless. That Rakonar seems a bit shady to me. He does a good job on the horses at the castle, though.
I really love the rumor mill. Alright, so, I'd like to join the Fighters Guild?
The Fighters Guild is always looking for new members. If you've got a clean record and don't have a bounty on your head, we may be able to use you. Are you interested in joining?
Yes, because I think the Fighters Guild is actually a great idea, and the kind of thing that is so smart, I'm surprised other fictional settings don't do the exact same thing. I'm not going to go into full depth and detail on it, because we did that during the lore run. While this is merely a lore run, point being, yeah, sign me up. I need some cash. I need to make my way west to Coral to find some Wayne and Priory or something. So if I could get a job or two, that'd be awesome.
Good, I guess. You're now an associate in the Fighters Guild. Report to me or Azan and Anvil for contracts. And don't screw up.
Perfect. So about those contracts.
I suppose I've got something for you. We need a weapons shipment delivered to Desolate Mine. That's your job.
Okay.
Move your ass, Boot.
Got it. Ooh, steel weapons. Can I just keep these for myself? Yes, that is an orc. There's also another orc in town here. I'm not sure where. He's amusing. Let's go and switch our quests. I guess I don't have to. It's right there. Boop. Exactly, Kira White Noise. Exactly. People who either had emotional instability problems or simply violently natured or didn't have the financial backing to do something other than criminal work or ended up having a bad spat or were disowned by their family or... I mean, think about it. Think about how many groups of people would become criminals or problems or thugs or murderers or whatever who potentially didn't because of the fact that they ended up joining the Fighters Guild instead and were used towards safer and legaler ends. Thank you very, very much, Rosulia. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you very, very much. If you know where you want that to go, let me know. Jot it down right here. I do like how they approach forests. Someone actually mentioned that earlier, I forget who. In fact, the irony is, and I don't know if they did this on purpose, some of the more forested areas work better than some of the more open areas, because in the open areas you can see the limitations of the engine. In the forest areas, it's, well, harder to see, because there's trees in the way. And there's several long sections of this game where you will not be able to see outside of the denseness of, you know, whatever particular forest path you're currently on. It requires someone to be in charge who's decent, and it requires several people under them to be in charge who are decent. So that is extremely valid, Pugity. And indeed, the entire Fighters Guild questline shows how this can go bad. I still think it's more of a good thing than a bad thing, to be completely like societally speaking. I think having a Fighters Guild is a better option than just letting these kind of people run rampant or murdering them all. Oh my god, my axe just broke. That's okay, we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah, let's try a longsword. We got steel, and it's temporarily ours. Okay. Very pretty, too. Anyways, thank you very, very much, Meatfist. Always appreciate the sub. Now, if you don't mind my asking, why did you put that towards dealer's choice? What was your reasoning? Damn it, Walker. I mean, I kind of just told you. The purpose of the Fighters Guild in lore, I'm not going to go into the history of how it started, because we did that during the lore run. I'm not going to the full in-depth lore. This is not a lore run, it's only a lore run. But the purpose of the Fighters Guild is to serve as a legal and safe way to siphon off people who would otherwise become problems in society in a way that is more beneficial to society. So they have to follow certain rules, they have to follow certain restrictions, but they are paid to go do violence. They are it is funded by the Empire. It is actually an official arm of I forget which empire this is. Whichever empire we're up to at this point in time, because there's like 5. Aha! So Meadfist is a nothing I want. Got it. I'm getting too many of these. Yeah, calling it the Fighters Guild, if we're being honest, is probably something that's a holdover from earlier games. But in lore, it is effectively an arm of the military. Yeah, not perfect, I agree. It's not a perfect solution. Again, as the Fighters Guild storyline will showcase, this is actually going... This is what happens when things kind of get a little bit out of hand. The Septim, thank you, the third of the Septimire, thank you. Nothing you want. No, it's okay. It's fine, Meatfist. It's just, if there's nothing on the list you want, that's feedback I need. That shows that I have not actually properly... Like, I'm not streaming anything you want to watch, and therefore, that is information I need to know. So I need to unequip this steel, because I'm about to give it here. I'll switch to the iron. Which also looks good, if I might be so bold. It's actually funny to me, though. They go out of their way to make the iron gear less well-crafted, which is funny, since... It arguably could have the same level of craft as the steel stuff, but they wanted it to look worse than the steel stuff, so that's how they did that. But yeah, no, that's a good way to put that, Walker. This is the dirty work arm of the military, and they do... Like, the military deals with campaigns or large-scale threats or whatever. The Fighters Guild deals with, there's some goblins over in this cave, can you go deal with them? So, scale is also a matter of variance when it comes to Fighters Guild versus the proper military. Worst crafted looking weapons in the game? Glass. Just glass. Hey.
Good that you made it. You should talk to Rihanna.
Got it.
Good that you've made it. You should talk to Rihanna.
Did you both just pronounce her name differently? By the way, there's a lot of pronunciation variances because they didn't really sit down and settle that when they were doing their voice acting. By the way, this is I think that's steel armor, but that's I'd say one of my favorite armor suits in the game right there. Anyways.
You must be the reinforcement from the guild. Good. I hope you brought weapons for us.
Hell yeah. In this game, we get one quest from a count, don't we? Needfist, down in Leowin? I think? Elven, I hate how elven helmets look in this game. So what's going on with these gobos?
Horrible creatures. And they've made this mine too dangerous for the workers. We're going to have to get rid of them.
Well, I did bring you some weapons.
You've made it, and just in time. We've got trouble with goblins here. I'll take the bow. You give the weapons to my other 2 men. Good day.
You're the one with the weapons shipment, right? Let's talk about that.
There you go.
Good. I need a weapon. I'm looking forward to bashing some skulls in.
I have the hammer.
A hammer. Excellent. Good for bashing in puny goblin skulls.
So, what do you think about the goblins, dude?
Only good goblin is a dead goblin. I like dead goblins.
They're tasty.
The Imperial City itself is a walled city, with separate inner walls protecting the Imperial Palace. Okay.
Ah, you've got the weapons. Let's talk about that weapons shipment you brought.
Yeah, this is a little too tutorial-y, which is funny because the tutorial quest over an anvil is a much better Fighters Guild tutorial quest, but you're far more likely, just based on geography, to do this one first. Hi, Shikor. Hello, Nero's ass. Sugabagoo! There we go. We're good. We're good.
The lowlands of the Great Forest rise to the upland plateau of the Colovian West. Filthy animals. Some of my kinsmen are partial to them, but I find them reprehensible.
Give me a second, I need to... No. Okay, there we go. We're okay. I almost screwed up. So I got your weapon.
Excellent. I long to sink a blade into some goblin flesh.
There you go.
A blade? Fantastic. Let us take the fight to these vile creatures.
Let's do it.
I'm waiting.
Give those weapons to...
We're done.
Go to it.
Let's do it. Leroy! Running ahead so the NPCs don't die. Remember, their stats are completely unchanged by the difficulty. Oh, yeah, by the way, it's possible to get these guys super killed. And this is not the only quest where that's true, because remember, the enemies scale to your level. Manually crafted NPCs do not. Now that varies a bit depending on the specific circumstances, but yeah, there's let's just say doing Kvatch at like level 30 sucks. Let's just put that simply. Okay, did everyone live? Ooh. Gold. Aw, there's no gold. I wanted gold. Anyways.
Well, they're all taken care of now. Good work there, soldier. Get back to Grokash and get your payment.
Anyway, sorry, someone asked about the city-state thing, and I lost who that was. I apologize.
Well done, my friend. This mine is once again safe for the miners.
Well, the good thing is I've already given that negative Boogity. Because seriously, the level scaling is just the worst in this game. Well, I'm sorry, what was the question about city-states? I completely missed it. Aha! It was Venetia. There you are. So each in... What do you think this is? A lore run? Each city-state, let's just call it what it is, because they are city-states. In lore, each city-state has its own...
Some good goblin bashing. What else you need?
They're feudal vassals, is probably the simplest way to put it. They are connected to the Empire overall, and they are actually part of the Imperial domain, but each one of them effectively deals with their own affairs, to a large amount, actually. The individual counts have a huge amount of influence over their local military, because they have their own levies, of course, and every single one of them handles their own affairs almost exclusively. They all own fealty to the throne, but that's it. So, I suppose yes is the answer to your question, Venetia?
Not bad.
And yeah, the Imperial province has, well, been undergoing some shifting lately, let's say that. Oh, all these miners are dead. Curse those goblins. The only good goblin's a dead goblin. But I like dead goblins, that's okay. Now I can walk back. Or... Getting stuck on this rain. So this is actually a convenience feature that I've talked about before. It's a weird convenience feature. If you need to turn into someone and they're asleep, you can just wake them up. Not the first game to do that, it's just funny that they have that.
Care of that weapon shipment yet? Those weapons won't deliver themselves.
Well, luckily for you, I did that.
You got the weapons there and cleared the mine with no casualties. Better than I expected from you. Here's your reward, and a little bonus.
This is a good time to mention that the overwhelming majority of quests in this game have multiple ways they can go. Some of those are choices that are obvious to the player, some of them are not. But in this case, we could have gone through there and had 1, 2, or 3 of the people who were involved die, and yet still complete the mission. The better you do, the better the rewards you get at the end of the mission. That's true for almost every major quest in the game. And that's a good time to mention that the quests in this game are probably going to get more than one positive, because it's my favorite part of the game, bar none. I will jot down a potential right now. And we'll see where that goes in the future. Yeah, the escort stuff is the bad stuff, and there are several escort quests. Notably Kvatch, but we'll get there. I don't remember off the top of my head, Venetia. There are ways, however, to boost your magica regen by a ridiculous amount, to the point where you effectively have infinite magic. Custom spells are broken as hell in this game. That's really what that boils down to. As soon as you unlock custom spells and have your magic spells maxed, you win.
You have done well so far. I hereby promote you to apprentice. Good luck. Nothing now, not at your rank. Go see Azan in Anvil. Maybe he's got something.
Oh, it's very fun, and I gotta be real. Spellcrafting is almost assured to be a plus to gameplay. It'd be very difficult for it not to be.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so... Whoop.
The Emperor and his 3 sons dead, right under the noses of the Imperial Guard. It's a disgrace.
Yeah, by the way, the stuff they talk about will change a little bit based on where you're at in the main quest. Which is funny if you play the game even remotely like I do, and tend to do all the side stuff then the main, or the main then all the side stuff. which means that everyone always talks about, like, the latest event like it's this brand new news for a huge portion of gameplay. Okay. I delivered some weapons. That's what you wanted me to do, right? It's okay, I have access to super powerful magic. Hey, Skimnos.
I'm Ilanui. I'm only a conjurer, but Orentur is a full magician. Isn't he wonderful?
He is great. Really. What do you think of Chadenall?
Perhaps it seems silly, but our love is the most important thing in all creation. Orentur and I spend all our time together in the High Elf way.
The worst thing I've ever heard of. Okay. Tell me about your guild.
Have you considered joining the guild? Valkar can admit you if you'd like. So can the leader of any of the other local guild halls.
Oh, that's cool. So I can go to the 3 of the Fighters Guilds thing to get started, but I can join any Mages Guild to get started, which makes sense since the Mages Guild is effectively another arm of the Imperial military, just specializing in a slightly different branch, and usually more research-oriented than combat-oriented. You know, hey, there's some gobos here is more the Fighters Guild. Hey, there's some weird magical aura in this mine. That's more the Mages Guild.
Things in the guild have been different since Traven was named Archmage. They're more structured, but everyone seems tense.
Yeah, it's like outlying necromancers was a weird call for some people. Dunmer. See you around, Walker.
Goodbye.
Hi. I'm Dietsan, magician, Mages Guild, that is.
Hi, Dietsan. And then sex. No, sorry.
It's all right. The guild here, that is. That's what you meant, right? It's fine. I'm doing fine here.
Wink once if someone has a wand to your head.
The guild is a wonderful resource for those interested in magic. Talk to Falkar if you wish to join, or any other local guild leader.
Any rumors?
Half of the Council of Mages resigned when Traven took over the position of Archmage.
Yep. Politics. By the way, there is a lot of politics in the Mages Guild, and has been for a long time. Also true, Kira White Noise.
I can show you some new things.
And you can train me. So, okay, training. This is a slight... No, I only spent like 5 minutes, pseudo. This is a slight variation of the Morrowind system. You can spend gold to level. Now, I've said this before, and I've been called stupid for this before. So, to continue the trend of being stupid, this tends to mean that if you want to specifically raise your attributes quickly and efficiently, gold effectively becomes experience points that you can then spend to raise your skills. The way this works is really simple, and this is a good interface for this. They have a certain skill level, which means that's their cap. They can only raise you up to so much. It stops at 25, 50, 75, and 100, with Apprentice being 25. I'm a novice, which means I'm not up to 25 yet. It costs me 50 gold. That depends on how high my skill is, and it shows me how much gold I have right there. It also gives you a description of what the skill does, and in the off chance you're not familiar with it. And finally, the part I don't like. You can only train using this method 5 times per level. I don't understand that limitation at all. It's such a strange and unusual restriction on power progression. Because there are several abilities that are either very aggravating or almost impossible to raise by using them. And I've talked before about how I don't like the use it, raise it system to begin with, so let's just leave that at the door. Regardless of my disdain for that type of system, the fact is, this gets really, really expensive. So it's already an absolutely huge gold sink, which you can only really export to its furthest extent after a certain point in gameplay, you know, when you really start bringing in the money. And even you can't even bring in the money unless you're raising your mercantile skill. So I'm not sure... It's already restricted, is what I'm trying to say. There's already a natural cap built into the gameplay because of the amount of gold that exists that prevents you from just dumping millions of gold on training. Now, Meatfist's idea is possible. It's possible that they don't want you to do just this to level. In that case, that's just something I'm going to disagree with, because I'm usually in favor of player choice, and I would prefer the idea of, the player being allowed to choose, do they want to train, do they not? Because this is 100% optional right here. It's like fast travel. You don't have to fast travel in this game ever, not even once. You can just walk everywhere every single time. You do not have to train in this game, not even once. You can just go and level your skills by using them every single time. So I do not understand that restriction. It's one of the biggest things that prevents me from giving a positive to the power progression system, which I do enjoy in general, but this is not it. Moving on. So where's her one true love? Where is he? Where is he? Where are you? I need to seduce his wife away from him.
Good evening.
What's new with you?
Nope, that's her one.
I heard people saying they ran into goblins around here not...
There he is.
I can't stand the sight of those creatures.
What?
Bye.
I just want to talk to you about your wife. And how great she is in bed. No, I'm sorry.
I'm very fond of Cheydinhal. It's where I met my love, Eilenwy. Our lives are quite long, and choosing the right partner is very important.
I'd make another I'm sleeping with your wife joke, but we're done here. Moving on.
The Guild offers access to spells you can't find anywhere else. See Falcar here in town if you'd like to join.
I agree. Meatfist.
Things in the Guild have been different since Traven was named Archmage. They're more structured, but everyone seems tense.
You'll notice that is the exact same dialogue, word for word, line for line, that she gave earlier. There's a lot of that when it comes to the random rumor stuff. Each of the voice actors said the lines and then they attached them to different NPCs.
Bye.
Welcome.
Which leads me to a problem. So, generally speaking, the rumors are useful about 20-25% of the time, maybe. And that's a problem, because you really should, especially if you're playing the game for the first or second time, you really should sit down and hit the rumor thing every time it's highlighted, because you can get leads on other quests, or you can get stuff revealed on the map, or an idea for an unmarked quest, of which there are quite a few. But the problem is, the overwhelming majority of the time, the rumors are just blah, blah, blah. And it's like... And yeah, also, once we get the anvil thing unlocked, a huge amount of the rumors are going to be, oh my god, did you know that the anvil chapel was attacked? Holy crap! And that's just going to dominate them. But no, as you can see, he's not the evil dude. The evil dude is... I'm actually not seeing him here. Hang on. Thank you very, very much. WraithX64. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. All those priests were murdered. Oh my god. As I say, I think he's in his room, yeah. Which is a shame, because we need to talk to him to join. Days gone. You got it. I don't necessarily agree with you, Venetia Silver, because while I get what you're saying, and you're absolutely right, it's so easy to get lopsided in this game, it's also really easy to get lopsided in this game just by playing the game. Like, if you never even looked at or touched the trainers, your leveling can get really skewed in a bad way. And, I've seen that happen to several people before. That's one of the things I don't like about the use it, level it system to begin with. In fact, if I'm being honest, what I would probably do is eject the use it, level it system entirely and focus most of the power progression entirely over onto training, and maybe polish out the training system itself and fix up the gold curve a little bit and improve and remove the restriction, remove the 5 per level restriction. I would also probably eject levels while I'm at it, but you get the idea. Anyways.
You too.
Here, get up.
Yes?
What is wrong with your face?
Well, to be honest, I don't think we have much of a team in the Cheydinhal Guild Hall. We lack leadership, and individually, we aren't very skilled.
So, you're like the Dallas Cowboys. Or, it was the first team I could think of. Just insert team here. It's all good.
Are you interested in joining the guild? Talk to Falkar here in Cheydinhall if so. Otherwise, any leader of a local Mages Guild Hall can help.
Yeah, it's as Meadfist points out, it is so easy. Athletics, Mercantile, Alchemy, Mysticism is a good one. And Illusion, if you want to add that on. You're thinking, but Illusion's overpowered. Yeah, if you know how to use it. Imagine if those are the skills you've raised, and so that's what you've been focusing on, and then enemies start coming at you in, I don't know, whatever a step below Ebony is, like Elven equipment or whatever, and they're going to shred you, because you have no armor skills, you have no block skills, you have no melee skills, you have no archery skills, you have no offensive magic skills. Now, I understand that mentality, Cody. It's one of the reasons... One of the things I've discovered the more I study life and the way that the world works is that there's certain things that make perfect sense until you think about them. And in my opinion, the use it to raise it leveling system is one of those. On the surface level, it makes perfect sense, right? It's logical. You use it and then you get better at doing it, right? But the problem is, in actual gameplay, I have, first of all, never seen a game actually do that properly. But second of all, it has so many issues just inherent to the system. It pretty much encourages repetitive interaction rather than actually trying to just play the frickin' game. Maybe that could be smoothed out by adjusting the progression curve and maybe reducing the cap on things, like to the point where, for example, rather than Kong for 2 solid minutes to get the, to get up into the 50s or whatever, then it takes into account the kind of thing you're hitting, or maybe how much damage you're doing, or maybe the amount you have, or maybe 50 is actually the cap instead of 100. Or hell, maybe 10's the cap instead of 100. And just getting 1 point raised in a skill is a huge deal. Maybe that would smooth it over, but I've never seen a game actually pull it off properly. Not even Kingdom Come, to answer Hazardous. Yeah, exactly, Shikor. Morrowind and this game are both a perfect example of make sure to run and jump everywhere so you raise your skills while you're going. Oh, and how many times have you heard of, okay, so summon something and piss it off, and beat on it to raise your melee skill, or aggro a low-level enemy and then stand there to raise your armor skill. Like, you see how the system actually discourages just playing the game because of how much it rewards not playing the game. I'll never forget, there was this one time, a friend of mine was playing this game for the very first time ever. I think I've told this story before. And he went into an inn, he got a house, or got to a bed where he could rest, and was practicing mysticism. And then he slept and practiced mysticism and slept because he couldn't. It was taking so much of his mana to use just running, and he was falling behind in his mysticism skill to get the new spells, that he had to just sit there and do that over and over and over and over in order to game the system, in order to raise his mysticism. And he came to me complaining about this, and I'm like, yeah. I had to explain to him that trainers existed, because he didn't even know that they were a thing. So yeah, I do think... I don't know. I would have to really sit and have a long, hard think with a group of people and try to workshop a way to make the use it, raise it system actually work in practical application. I don't know. Yeah, me too, Sudas. Every time I'm going to the grocery store. Anyways.
Not only has necromancy been banned from practice in the Mages Guild, but the guild won't deal with anyone who openly uses it. Take care.
Now, I will admit, now that I'm saying this out loud, one thing that we could do with Oblivion specifically is if we... let's eject the level scaling. It's gone. The level scaling is just thrown out the window. I mean, there's such a thing as good level scaling. I've seen good level scaling. But for the moment, let's just completely eject level scaling as a concept. Weird as it may sound, that would actually help, I would say, at least 20-30% of the use-it level system in Oblivion. Because you wouldn't fall behind, right? You wouldn't end up going down the curve, because as you're raising whatever it is you're raising, everything else is just universally getting stronger. across the board in terms of equipment, in terms of stats, in terms of skills and attributes and spells that they know.
It's you. Hi.
Another thing that occurs to me,
I've heard people saying they ran into...
maybe, like, that doesn't work either. I was thinking, like, maybe put a cap on it based on whether or not someone... Like, okay, rather than just standing there and letting a goblin beat on you, maybe... That won't work either. That's just FF2 at that point. I was gonna say, maybe you need to take a certain percentage of damage of your health in order to gain an armor up skill point, right? Or maybe whatever you're fighting has to be hitting you with something equivalent power level to you, or... The health thing is probably easier to implement there, honestly. See, or you could make a thing where you are limited in how much gain you can get per target, for example. Like, so if you aggro a goblin and he hits you and you raise your armor skill, that's it. That's the one armor skill up you get off of that goblin ever. I'm just trying... I feel like this is not an easy system to really make work, and that's another part of the problem. Anyways. Moving on.
Disgusting creature.
And no, I haven't done the Dark Brotherhood.
Go ahead, please.
I haven't murdered anyone lately, Saffron. Well, I'm not even sure if we're going to murder anyone. We might not.
My progress through the ranks here will be slow. My prejudices against certain types of magic limit my chances for advancement.
You have prejudices?
The Mages Guild runs more or less like it always did, but we lost quite a few members when the practice of necromancy was banned.
They really don't like their necromancy here.
If you want to make a name for yourself as a mage, you simply must join the guild. Talk to Falcar if you're interested.
Oh, okay.
Be seeing you.
Oh, yeah. Let's just get this out of the way. Plus for books. I suppose every Elder Scroll will get the exact same plus there. But the amount of lore is insane in all three of these games, so... Plus for books. Anyways, hi McBrains. I was gonna say, I know they add books each iteration, but I don't know the list. Like, I don't know which books were added with which games. Damn, is it still nighttime? What time is it? It's 3 in the friggin' morning. Oh, hang on. Since we can't do that because he's off being a weirdo. If the music sounds off, refresh Twitch, because that's probably Twitch. But someone did ask about mods, which means take a drink. Okay.
We're here to serve.
Excellent.
We're all talking about the Emperor's murder. We have no Emperor, and no heir. That's never happened before. I suppose we should all be worried.
Nah, it's fine.
Bye.
You just don't remember the before times. Before the Empire. Of course, none of the NPCs are out and about, although we do have this place.
Stand clear. I'm sorry. No one except for Cheydinhall City Guard are allowed inside this home.
What?
Due to outstanding fines owed to the city, Aldous Authran's property has been seized and is now sealed until further notice. Good day.
Well, okay. Yeah, there's that site. I actually referenced this site when I was doing the lore run that just has all of the books in Elder Scrolls on it. And I think that one lists which game they came in on.
Your You're off duty now.
So I kind of already mentioned this, but each area has their own colors, their own livery. I'm not sure how to pronounce that thing, and their own levies. They have effectively their own military. So each of the guards in each area will look different depending on which area they're from. And in fact, in gameplay terms, there's a different breastplate for each major city-state, which is a cool little thing that helps distinguish them from each other. Not a big thing, just a little thing. Although most of them are relatively distinct anyways. Cheydinal, Bruma, and, say, Skingrad, and Anvil, and Leowin all look pretty different. Bravel and Coral look a little bit too similar to Cheydinal, but there's still some good variances here, so that's good stuff. I will say I think they lean a little bit too heavily on the unreliable narrator thing, but I think that about a lot of fiction. That's neither here nor there. Damn, that's what I was worried about. Hey, a bouquet of flowers. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, sorry. So, this game has a clock system. And as I've mentioned before, a clock system can actually be a fairly big negative. This game does not have that problem because you can wait. What is spoiled spit, Gum? The best unreliable narrator thing I've seen? Help me out, guys. What's a good unreliable narrator thing?
Hello.
Yes, the wait tool is required, really, for this game. Varric? I guess? But he's not really an unreliable narrator. Not really. There's 2 parts of Dragon Age 2 where he is an unreliable narrator. Excuse me, 3 parts of Dragon Age 2 where he's an unreliable narrator. That's it. 3 times that shows up. And once is for a joke, once is for an awesome, and once is just barely relevant. So I don't think he even really qualifies. I will give you Cloud. So I'll give you Cloud, but the thing with Cloud, and this is important because they did this with Dragon Age 2 as well, now that I'm actually thinking about this, is the unreliable narration was really obvious. Like, it was, at no point was the story trying to trick you into thinking the fake was the real. Instead, it was showing you the fake and being like... And the question was, why is it fake? How is it fake? Right? Anyways.
What do you want?
Power!
The Fighters Guild thing at Desolate Mine went perfectly, didn't it? They cleared out the goblins and no one got hurt.
You're welcome.
Goodbye.
I don't think GLaDOS counts. That's not really an unreliable narrator. That's just a lying sack of crap. Hey, Zerone Elite.
We're here to serve. They say that when you murder...
Yeah, I already talked.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, no kidding, Shikor. I don't know that much about Dark Souls, so... No, we haven't gotten to any Oblivion gates yet. Stanley Parable? I don't think that counts either, to be 100% honest. That's kind of built-in part of the game. 3 guilty pleasure games? Nope.
What?
However, chat can list any if they want to.
Ever since Ulrich Leland took over the captain of the guard post, this city's gone downhill. It's getting almost scary to walk the streets.
Really?
The guards have imposed new, ridiculously heavy fines for every infraction under the sun. They almost seem to make up laws just for charging fines. If you can't pay the fine, they can take your property away or toss you in the castle dungeons. Nothing we can do about it, really. If you're interested, go talk to Lavanna and Nadarin. She seems the most outspoken against Ulrich and his new fines.
Well, okay.
You too.
It's actually the quest I was looking for. Believe it or not. By the way, does anyone remember where exactly the flubbed line of dialogue is. I think it's in Anvil, but I don't remember elsewise.
I'm so hungry.
Have a coin.
Thank you, kind sir.
I spoke with Di-Tsan at the Mages Guild recently. I've never seen someone so happy about being in the guild.
Blessings of Arche upon me.
Excuse me.
You seem far too nice to be one of Ulrich's men. What can I do for you?
Why are you frowning at me?
They say that when you...
Yeah. So, tell me about these fines.
Oh, please, don't even get me started. That madman won't be satisfied until everyone in town is dead broke. Or in jail. What in Oblivion is Ulrich doing with all that money anyway? I'm sure he's lining his pockets with the gold of the good citizens of Cheydinhall. Take my good friend Aldous Othram, for example. In the last month, he's been fined 6 times. 6! All for being drunk and disorderly. Have you ever gone past a guard barracks? When are they not drunk and disorderly? What kind of a stupid fine is that? Well, Aldous couldn't pay the last 2 fines, so they seized his home and threw him into the street until he could pay it. Bastards!
Wait, what about the Count?
The Count? He could care less about our plight. As long as the roast suckling pig is delivered to his feast table, he's as happy as can be.
Is there anybody who cares around here?
Well, there's one man who seems to care. Garrus Durelian, the second in command of the guard. I hear he isn't happy with Ulrich. I don't know what you can do for us in this situation. I mean, Ulrich is the captain after all. Perhaps you could speak to Garrus. You can find him roaming the county hall of the castle most of the time.
Tell me more about Ulrich.
I don't know where the Count found him, but I sure wish he'd send him back. He's a menace to this town.
Tell me about Aldous, then.
Poor fellow. You may be able to find him roaming the streets of Cheydinhall, probably drunk. Only a month ago, he lost his wife. They were traveling the road from the Imperial City when a bandit raiding party struck. He barely escaped alive. Ever since then, he's been drunk. Sure, he gets rowdy sometimes, but he's never hurt anyone. Garrus may be our only hope.
By the way, she has romantic feelings for him, too. The guy who just lost his wife. Gum, chill. Now, what am I doing? This way. I was gonna say something. Oh, right. Someone was asking what's it, when someone is deliberately lying. I mean, I don't think that's called anything Venetia Silver. That's just someone lying. That's just Xenogears at that point. That's just Gandalf being a dick. Or Dumbledore being a dick. Or, well, you get the idea. Although, actually, I want to test something really quick. Just super quick while we're here. So we're going to do a quick save, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this. Teleport halfway across the province.
Hi there.
What can I do for you? We're all talking about the Emperor's murder. We have no Emperor, and no heir. That's never happened before. I suppose we should all be worried.
That's not her.
Bye.
Where is she? She's not here. No! She's not here, Plutonia. I was just going to show it off really quick, but apparently she's not here. I'll say, that does seem like her.
Go ahead.
But she isn't talking to me. Oh, right. No. Okay, whatever. Let's rewind time. How to get the game running so stable? Well, first I installed it. And then I hit play. I did nothing to this game. This is complete bog standard default. No mods, no nothing. Hey, it's the Count. No, this is the Steam version. See, that's just wrong, Gum Gum. You are entirely welcome here. If you weren't, I'd ban you. Like, I'm sorry, but I can prove definitively that you are more than welcome here. Because if you're not, then you wouldn't be here. You know? So, that's wrong. You can. I understand anxiety, I understand depression, but you can't think you're not welcome. It doesn't work that way.
I am Andal Indaris, Count Cheydinhal. There is no more generous or just ruler in Cyrodiil, if I say so myself. Yeah. And your mohawk is definitely the latest trend, sir. It suits you wonderfully. Just look around. Is not Cheydinhal the model of civic rule? No, don't bow. I am just a humble servant of the people. The Elder Council and the bureaucracy have managed the Empire's affairs for decades. The Emperor rules, but the Council handles all the details.
I mean, yeah. Why are you frowning at me?
This better be good.
Piss off.
I'm through talking to you.
Why does everyone hate me? Of course, oh yeah, I should talk about that. That's a good thing to talk about. Where is it? There it is. So, we have one fame. Fame directly equates to how much people are positively inclined towards you. Like, so, okay, hang on. Every NPC in the game, all of them, have a rating, like a... I don't remember what the game actually calls it, please forgive me. But it's a how much I care about the player rating. You know, his was at 28, for example. All of them do. When I say all of them, I mean it. I mean, the random fox running around out in the wilds has a rating for how much they like or dislike us. Same with goblin enemies, same with everything. It's actually funny because under the right circumstances, if you, through magic or mods or, you know, enchanted items plus magic plus potions, really increase disposition, that's what it's called, thank you, really buff yourself to the point where your disposition is through the roof, enemies won't attack you because they like you so much that they're pulled out of there's a range where enemies will attack you, and then there's a range where enemies might attack you, that's when you can yield, and then there's a range where they're treated as NPCs, and that's where most of the NPCs are, up here in the positives. You can shove enemies all the way up there so nothing will attack you. It's hysterical to watch. But anyways, that fame directly raises that disposition value for NPCs. So you can, as you go do quests, and quests and certain specific trigger events are what raise your fame, and people will then react more positively. So you get to a point towards the end of the game. I've known some people who say you should do the main quest first, just because you get like 30 fame or whatever for doing the main quest, and as a consequence, everyone likes you more, and the rest of the game is much easier to do. Infamy kind of works the same way. The only real difference between that is how you get it and how you can, you know, purge it. Also, I suppose this is a good time as any to mention, you notice there's a bounty feature. I think Skyrim did this better. The bounty is universal. If I go to Anvil and I steal an apple, and I manage to escape the guards, and I rush over to Cheydinhal, which is on the entire other side of the province, a guard will walk up to me and say, "Hold it right there, lawbreaker!" Because bounty is a universal feature. It's actually extremely immersion-breaking, and like I said, the guards kind of suck about it. So, on the plus side, though, unless you're doing something really egregious, it's pretty easy to bypass or break out of that situation. And in fact, getting arrested in order to get into the Thieves Guild is a thing, and you can take the lockpick in, and there's some variables there. But I do think a universal bounty system is awful. So, you know, whatever. Hey, I've told one joke, holy crap, and I've contracted one disease, vampirism.
What do you want?
To not be a vampire.
I can't say I'm prepared to speak to you about that.
Right, so, okay, this is what I meant. See, he has 46 disposition. That is not high enough for him to start this quest. So, Don't worry, we got cured, Shikor. We're okay. We're okay.
Remarkable. I appreciate the gesture. What nonsense. Yes, whatever you say. That's just not funny.
Okay.
I see.
Is that enough?
I can't say I'm
Nope, 50 is not enough. Damn. Okay, that sucks. That sounds like a good day to me, period. And yes, comma, today I have started streaming Oblivion, period. Yeah, you can also openly bribe guards. And funnily enough, it works exactly how it should. So that's a thing.
Goodbye.
Well, I can't Sugar Magoo him because I don't have that spell yet. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to say thank you to Mike instead. Thank you very, very much, Mike. Always appreciate the support. Thank you. I am glad you're liking this run. I don't know if it's obvious, the difference between when I'm doing a run and when I'm doing a run that I absolutely love. You'd probably guess which one this one is. How long did we spend in the tutorial dungeon? Do you know what you'd like to put that towards, Mike? Oh yeah, pro tip. Always pull this menu up before you alt-tab. Otherwise, it gets wonky. That's why I've been making sure to do that each time. So if you ever see me just do this randomly, it's because I'm alt-tabbing. And even then, it can still be a problem. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pretend I don't know this game. And I pretend I just got a quest, which I can't progress. And so I can't do the Finder's Guild quest. I'm going to try to join the Mages Guild. And I'm going to see if I can grab a rumor about the other one. Dealer's Choice. Have you already answered the why Dealer's Choice question? You have not! Mike, do you mind telling me why you're putting that towards Dealer's Choice? Okay, cleaning out the cat box does not sound super exciting, I will admit. Period. I gotta wait. I'm just gonna wait here. Alt-tabbed. All eyes turn towards Mike. The lights focus in. So, yeah, I'm trying to get some feedback from people into why they put things towards Dealer's Choice. Because we've got 7 options for why people have, or 7 suggestions so far for why people have put them towards. And I'm curious why people do that. I'm looking for feedback, obviously. For example, Doralis hates everything I stream, and that's why he put it towards Dealer's Choice. Whereas Lore Reloaded hates me, and that's why he put it towards Dealer's Choice. Damn it, I don't think Lore Reloaded's here anymore. He likes to poke in for like a minute. Aha! So, see, that's a nothing interested. So we'll put that in, nothing interested. No games there that you're interested in. See, this is feedback that I need. Did anyone put it there because they love me? No, of course not, Mike Romano. Listen. You don't seem to know how this works, son. Let me explain this to you. Using my old-fashioned voice.
I'm saving up enough for some medicine.
Here, have a coin.
Thank you. I can't make up my mind about the prophet in...
Oh, there's our first anvil thing.
Truly a holy man, or just a lunatic exploiting the tragedy at the Chapel of Debella. Blessings of Mystara upon you.
What can I do for you?
Nothing, apparently.
Bye, annoying creature. Good day.
Blessings of the Nine. I'm Otessa the healer. By the grace of Mara, I offer advanced training in the restoration arts.
Yeah, truthfully, I want to keep playing ESO. We'll see. Oh, that's a good time. Thank you for reminding me. I need to message someone really just before I forget. This won't take me long. There. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see it, Cody. I'm sorry.
I can't believe the ridiculous new fines the guards are imposing.
I know.
Ever since Ulrich took over as captain of the guard, this place is going downhill.
Agreed. We need to kill him legally kill him, which means we need to hire out the Fighters Guild or get the Morag Tong out here.
I'm happy to be of service in any way I can, in any place I can. There are so many who need help, and so few to offer it.
Ain't that the truth?
Just go away. You don't listen? You stupid? Crot, I'm wasting my breath. And go ahead, stand there. Talk all you want. You're a fly. Go ahead and buzz.
I've been wanting to try Prison Architect. It's just, that's a hard game for me to play because screw jails and screw prisons. But I have to admit, the genre is interesting, and I'm curious if we can make like a legitimately good prison, you know? Because that's what we try to do. So what's your problem, dude?
Ooh, look, a fly. Buzz, buzz. Hey, look, everybody, I'm talking to a fly. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Zzz.
How goes it? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Go away, little fly.
Well, I forget the proper terminology for it. It's like Crisis Management Simulator or something like that. You know, like, we've played a few of those on camera, and I love those type of games.
What?
Oh, he's... Right, I already talked to you. Unless...
Naspia Cosma is really skilled with her blade.
Nope, okay. Just checking.
Goodbye.
Someone asked earlier what the worst face is in this game for me. Either the attractive woman in the Anvil quest, or the completely round head guy. And I don't remember where completely round head guy is, but I can picture his face right now. Like, his head is an actual sphere. It's kind of terrifying.
I'm Tavella Lathandis. I apologize that I can't give you the respect a guest in my home would normally receive, but I am at my wit's end. I'm sorry to be so forward, but I desperately need your help.
Yes, I will sleep with you. All right, me.
Has gone missing, and I just...
Well, I mean, I've heard worse come-ons than that. Sure, why not? I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly, Gub Gub. It was just like... okay.
They say that...
Nope, already heard that one. Is that him, Ice Frost? I think you're... Hang on. Let's get this quest really quick.
Yes, my husband is the Wraith Lathandis. Have you heard of him?
Please tell me about him. And stop frowning at me.
You haven't? That's strange. Wraith is known far and wide as one of the best painters in all Cyrodiil.
Well, I've just started existing a few hours ago.
Great forest to canvas. The paintings look so amazingly real that some say they can see the trees sway in the breeze.
Uh-huh.
That's just a silly notion, of course. But it just goes to show the attention to detail Wraith uses when he paints.
Yeah, so this, I need to actually make a hard save before we do this quest. Remember, I asked you guys to remind me. I remembered, because this quest is not only difficult, but this quest can permanently screw up your game without a mod patch. So, yes, Classical Burrito, although you'll need to get a mod to invite you, and I'm not sure we have any right now. You said Wraith is missing? I'm just trying so hard not to make a sleep with joke. Like I mean, your bed's empty right now, right? I can rectify that situation if that's your preference. Don't worry, you won't miss him ever again.
Yes, Wraith likes to work in his studio with the door locked, so no one can disturb him. He usually comes out to eat dinner and sleep. But 2 days ago, he didn't come out at all. At first, I wasn't worried. He does that occasionally. But when he didn't come out for a full day, I unlocked the studio with a key he said to use only in emergencies. It turned out he wasn't inside.
Bum, bum, bum.
I'm sure he never left that room, so I have no idea where he's gone. Please help me find Wraith. I love him dearly, and I'm so worried.
I got your back. If you know what I mean. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you so very much. Here's the key to Wraith's studio. You may come and go as you please. If you need me, I'll be around the house.
She has a husband, Gum Gum.
I miss my love so much.
See? She misses him so much that she's willing to sleep with a lizard. Sorry.
Do be careful.
Okay, so we're gonna, like I said, gonna get a hard spell. Did I say hard spell? A hard save. We both start with S. What do you want from me? Hang on. Here. Now imagine we were that super pale Argonian from earlier. Where am I? Where? This is wrong. I want to go this way. Hello, NASCAR Gordon. There we go. Took me a second.
Hi there.
Is that it? No, that's not it. One thing I do like in a Final Fantasy, they're all labeled, so that's a place where you can buy stuff, whereas that's more of just a cosmetic thing, and that's an inn where you can rent a place, but they all actually have names, too. Like, you know, I don't know how to pronounce that. The Folksley. Folksley? Yes, they do, Gum Gum. I don't know why.
Good evening.
But they do. I think I have to actually do this quest to talk to this guy. Damn it. Or not. Hello? There you are. Hey, dude.
It's time for you to leave, my... I'm Norbert Lels.
Okay, so he has an ugly face, but that's not him. He just has the eye problem. That's not the guy I was thinking of.
Be seeing you.
If you know what I mean. Alright, so... Oh, shoot. Right, because I'm an idiot. Forget how stupid I am. I always forget how stupid I am, you know. You gotta remind yourself every now and again.
Please hurry, I fear Wraith is in danger.
Alright, let's see here. No signs of a struggle. Terrible, terrible paintings. Let's see. Nothing here, nothing here. Aww. No, no. I'm stumped. That is a nice painting, though. So, unique skybox.
Where did you come from? You look real enough. You must be from the outside. Oh, thank goodness someone finally came. While I'm overjoyed to see a friendly face, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
Hey, what's up?
You're stuck here like I am.
What?
Sorry to break it to you like that, but if it wasn't for that annoying thief, we wouldn't be in this predicament.
A thief? Why are you frowning at me?
Make it quick.
Why do you all hate me? What did I'm just an Argonian and you're a Dunmer. Never mind. It all makes sense now. Yeah, that's why I keep plugging at Dream Whisperer. The vote is so tied, it's ridiculous. And no, I wasn't able to get a hold of a 3080 or a 3090. I was actually trying for a 3090, but I failed at both.
I was in my studio when a Bosmer wearing dark clothing accosted me. Before I could call for help, he knocked me unconscious. When I came to, I found that the door to my studio was still locked and that the thief had snatched my paintbrush. That's when I saw it. There was something on the canvas of my painting that I hadn't put there. It looked somewhat like a troll, but it was badly done. Then it hit me. The Bosmer must have leapt into the painting, then painted guardians inside to protect himself using the brush of true paint.
The brush of true paint? That sounds pretty cool. See, I don't have any issues with that personally, Gum Gum, but I can see why some people kind of are like, hey, you're not supposed to ask about that. It's like, how old are you? That kind of a question. Well, not all of them. Don't worry, Dream Whisperer. I've been following it. I know exactly which model I would buy, which does not have a capacitor issue. It's just that model is just as unavailable as all the other ones. Anyways, tell me about this brush of Trupant.
I knew the secret of my success would be revealed one day. I can tell you all about the brush, if you like.
Sure.
Very well. The brush showed up several years ago in the possession of an artist who was serving in the Arnesian War of 396. It seems an errant fireball had exploded next to him, and he lost the use of both arms. He was a stubborn man who didn't want to give up his talent. Being a devout follower of Debella, he prayed to her for something that would allow him to express himself once more. She heard his plea and gifted him with the brush. It's said the bristles of the brush are woven from Debella's own hair. That injured man was my father. He passed the brush on to me, and I intend to pass it along to my kin one day. Did you want to know how it works?
Sure. By the way, notice you can skip most of this.
The brush allows the artist to paint from within a canvas. It opens a portal into which the artist may enter to paint things life-sized. All the painter has to do is have the brush in his possession, and whatever he imagines appears in the canvas. Of course, I like to wave it around anyway. It makes me feel more like a legitimate painter. I guess it all doesn't matter now. Unless you can defeat those painted trolls, we have no chance of getting the brush back.
The EVGA, I don't remember the exact model, but all the EVGA ones are well designed. So, I mean, I can vouch for EVGA in general. Tell me about these painted trolls.
The trolls that the thief painted seem to have turned on their creator and killed him. He didn't know the brush had its risks. The creatures are now loose all over the forest, and in the clearing where I was still working. The brush is on the body of the Bosma thief there. I will not be able to help you. I am not a warrior. But take these bottles of turpentine. They might help. Do be careful. Be cautious, friend.
So yeah, this might actually be the most unique quest in the game. It's probably not the best designed quest, but they went out of their way to make these painted versions of textures for the skybox, for the trees and the trunks and the painted trolls and the ground and the rocks, and lay out this, painted forest just for this one quest. I think that's pretty cool. And again, this gets across one of my points about this game, and I've said this before and I'll say this again. For all the many, many flaws Oblivion has, what really makes it so awesome for me more than anything else is the quest design. They do a lot to disguise and work around how the quests work and make them interesting, either with small gimmicks or with small branches or with some neat side stories or whatever. Oh my god, Hazardous, you are more evil than I am. See, look, painted troll. They even drop painted troll fat, which is unique to these guys. In fact, to my knowledge, there's actually other than the ability to, there's a thing you can get which allows you to duplicate any craftable item, like any ingredient classified item. Other than that, to my knowledge, this is the only source of painted troll paint in the entire game. So the turpentine, you can put it, so it's a poison. Now, I haven't actually talked about poisons yet, because I usually don't use poisons. Here, I'll demonstrate. Let me switch to my sword. In fact, let's go ahead and put that over there. And I'll go ahead and put the poison on there. So now I have a poisoned sword, which does extra damage, and you can see by the bounce, extra damage to the trolls. So this is a good time to mention something. Anybody, of course, everybody knows this nowadays because of Skyrim, but that would actually be funny, if that worked that way. In Skyrim, the amount of damage you take determines how far you ragdoll. That's why a giant will hit you and your corpse will go flying, and people would do giant yeeting or giant golf or whatever they used to call it. That was actually true in this game, too. It's just, it's very rare you see the damage levels necessary for them to do more than just a bounce. However, if you've ever gone through this game very overpowered, or with cheats on, or with mods that give you superpowers or whatever, you'll notice that when you kill someone, they go, "Huh!" and they bounce up for a second. That's because you just wrecked their face. And that's, you can see how much damage the Turpentine is doing, because it just did that. To my knowledge, it's percentage-based in Oblivion. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, auto run. Woo! Hi, Papa Neeks. Hello, Colgrim. Showing the difference in damage. And you notice how he just falls over. You get it. But yeah, the quests are what's going to buoy the score of this game, both in gameplay and in story. Did I just say story? The score. The score of this game will be boosted in story and gameplay by the quests. That sounds pretty horrible, but, you know, paint chips and electrical power lines. That's my childhood right there, Gum Gum. Yeah, you want to hear something really stupid, Kira White Noise? I first learned what Turpentine is thanks to Darkwing Duck. Yep. So this is kind of neat, too. You'll notice that it's not a finished painting, just to keep adding to this. I don't know, Harriet. I do know that there was a change in direction when it comes to Skyrim versus Oblivion. Look, it even looks like canvas. Look at it! Look at it! And no, Papa Neeks. Anyways. God, that sounds terrible, Dakota. The Skyrim, if I were to guess, and this is pure speculation, I would guess that Skyrim, they were trying much harder to say, hey, you know what we should do? We should try to come up with, like, procedurally generated, they didn't call it that, of course, at the time, procedurally generated quests, rather than manually crafted quests. And everyone was like, yeah! And they threw themselves into the procedurally generated stuff. And as a consequence, in my opinion, the manually crafted quests back in Skyrim fell apart substantially. I know everyone says that there's a few good, you know, manually crafted quests back in Skyrim. I'm not sure I agree with that. Well, for one thing, we're reviewing it, Papa Neeks, because this is a review. Hey, the brush. And a steel dagger. Ooh, I'll take that. Yeah, I'm sure there's some individual quests that are good in Skyrim. Probably some of the Daedric ones. I just can't think of any right now off the top of my head. As I made clear during the lore run, I really actually don't care for the Thieves Guild quest as much as most people do. The Dark Brotherhood was okay. The Dark Brotherhood was okay in Skyrim, so that was fun. And I'm not talking about the DLCs, because I'm not as familiar with those. Do I think Skyrim is coffee or is actually bad? Listen, if I say Skyrim is bad on the internet, I might be devoured alive. And as much as I enjoy the prospect of that, I think I'll pass. That just feels like more pushing the envelope thing. Like, I've said this before and I'll say this again. Bethesda pushes envelopes. In both the good way and the bad. They like to push concepts when it comes to gameplay design, which may or may not be good. That's the Nintendo thing. But they also like to push the envelope in regards to what players will put up with. And, yeah. Yeah, let's make a story-focused game without NPCs. As much as that sounds stupid, that is pushing an envelope. That is trying out something. And failing at it. But yeah, they've been doing this for a long time. They've been doing this at least since Daggerfall, I'd say. Yeah, then they went back on it, Cody, because they were like, oh, that didn't work. You'll notice they've also pulled back on Radiant quests ever since, well, Fallout 4. I don't know if that's a direct reaction to that, since after all they went from Radiant quests in Skyrim to way more Radiant quests in Fallout 4. But it's also worth noting the manually crafted quests in Fallout 4 were better than the manually crafted quests in Skyrim, in my opinion, so let's not get into that. Alright, so he's essential, I can't kill him, hazardous. Oh yeah! Essential. To my knowledge, this game invented that concept. I'm not 100% sure of that. I know it was the first Bethesda game to do this. Well, no, it wasn't, was it? Because they'd had that thing in the Werewolf expansion. Point being, the essential concept is something I've talked about a few times back and forth, and I don't know if I can call it a positive or a negative when it comes to review. Because, on the one hand, it is a nice way to make sure that the player doesn't accidentally screw themselves over. And it's a nice way to make sure that, you know, certain escorts, because certain escorts do have the essential flag on. Not all of them. Cool. With that, I think it would be better if it was a toggle and you just have the option to turn it off. That would be kind of neat. I do also think, this is just, again, my opinion, I think they use the essential flag much better in Oblivion than they do in Skyrim. If you don't know what I mean by that, the number of NPCs in Skyrim that have the essential flag is huge. It is actually a majority of the NPCs in Skyrim have the essential flag. Whereas in Oblivion, it's a much smaller percentage. And it's usually, you know, specific to quest NPCs, which is fine. But my point is, well, I don't think essential flag is necessarily a good thing. At least it's not completely overblown, like happens in Skyrim. Another thing that I wouldn't mind is if, so you notice how when I mouse over, there's a different icon there, the little crown. That's what indicates he's essential. I wouldn't mind an option where, again, make this like a toggle, where the flag is there, so you know that that's an essential NPC, but you can still kill them. Basically, just make it part of the HUD at that point. So, hey, you know, this character is someone that is part of a quest. Cool. Just a little bit of an informative kind of a thing. I wouldn't mind that either. Either way, moving on.
Good work. Now I can paint the portal home. After it's complete, you must go first, or else you'd be stuck in here forever.
Right. I will say this, though. Let me get this off your face. I do... If I was to go full tilt with the essential concept, what I wouldn't mind is... maybe as part of the game's story integration kind of factor, maybe you just have an ability that you get as a result of being the whatever. And let's say you have the ability to, you know, cast a spell which gives another NPC a buff. And it effectively gives that NPC the essential flag. Maybe by literally anything that hits them hits you instead of hitting them, that kind of a thing. And I think that would be kind of a cool idea, especially nowadays now that companions are a thing. So you could literally buff your companion with something so that any damage they take hits you, and so you are effectively tanking at that point, no matter who actually has aggro. Or if you're doing an escort quest, or if you're trying to talk to someone, or if you're in the middle of the battle for Kvatch and you don't want the guy to die, you can flag them as essential and then just kind of tank that yourself. Yeah, exactly. A shared HP monoshield kind of thing. I think that would be a pretty cool concept. Puts all of it on your side if you want to do it. Gives you that option to be able to, you know, prevent NPC death. Still allows the player to mass murder if they feel like it. Anyways, just talking. Moving on.
I'll have to remember to remove the trolls from my painting before I complete this piece.
Okay.
Follow me.
Yeah, can we get out of here, please? I am too, alright. I like the idea of a companion in this type of game. But I think the only one of these games I've enjoyed that in is Fallout 4. Stab! Oh, no! Okay, we didn't get the bug. I can tell immediately.
Tavella.
Wraith, oh my love, you're home safe. I was so afraid.
If it wasn't for my friend here, you'd be right.
Come, you must need food and rest.
I will rest, but I must take care of our guest first. I don't know how to thank you. You have a good heart to help me get back home. I'll never forget what you've done for me. Here, please take this apron as a token of our friendship. It's not much, but perhaps it will help you in the future.
Thanks.
All I ask in return is to keep the brush's existence secret. If word gets around that I have it, I'm afraid more than a lone cut purse will visit me.
That is true, but you got it.
Safe journey, Seryo.
Of course. Peace. To my knowledge, no, Zolok. I think it actually gets despawned as an object from the game after that quest. And no, I noticed too, Gungam, sorry, the moving background. So, I wasn't counting New Vegas because I didn't really care for the companions in New Vegas. But then again, I've never reviewed New Vegas or done a lore run of it, so who knows. So yes, this is our first leveled item. This goes back to the leveled stuff being bad. Almost every item in the game has multiple versions of it that exist. So there's like, I want to say 5 or 6. And the version you get depends on your level when you get the quest. This is yet another example of why levels are misused in this game. I get the idea. They wanted it to be useful no matter where you were at in the game. The problem is, again, in practice, the application means that you're better off not doing quite a few quests until you are much higher level, and just ignoring content until you've grinded, so you could get something worthwhile out of them, because otherwise most of this stuff becomes obsolete extremely quickly, and you are permanently out very useful gear. The only thing that helps mitigate that for me is, let's be honest, Oblivion is kind of an easy game, so it's not like you really need the best gear. It's just another example of how the levels do not actually help the game, they kind of hurt it. Check it out. Alright, sexy. Yeah, I got all this paint all over my fling. Wow, Silver Mask. I may need to kill you now. Here, come here, Silver Mask. Just put your eye right in front of the sword. It's gonna hurt a lot. Yeah, some of the gear actually has unique effects and spells, which are really cool, which you don't get until you are much higher level. Probably my personal favorite example of that is the shield. I think it's the Coral Shield, which has some really cool stuff on it if you're like level 20 or 30, which is really high level for this game. Like if you get to level 50, you're kind of maxed out at that point. Anyways, I said I'd explain the bug, and then we're going to chop off for lunch. The bug is something that effectively permanently sets your movement speed to something like 1/10 of its normal, which means your run, I can't even emulate it. It's like your run speed, I have to do this in tapping, is closer to this speed right here. And there's no fix, to my knowledge. There might be a fix now. I haven't actually run into this bug in a long time, because most of the unofficial mod patches fix this bug. But I have actually run into this bug before. It has happened to me, and I had to reload a save, because that was the option. Yay. Yeah, there's probably a console fix for it. I don't know. Like I said, this would have been a while ago that I ran into this bug. While I'm here... So what I'm going to do for this run is we're going to write down every quest I think is interesting or fun from a story axis and from a gameplay axis, and we're just going to make a list. And just like we did with the Mario Galaxies, I think that's a good format. Just like they do with the Mario Galaxies, we'll kind of lump them up into however many positives that turns out to be over time. Sense make? So we've got the Painter. We'll just write that down here. And we can't do that yet because we don't have that. We can't do that because we could join the Mages Guild, which we should actually do next. And by next, I mean when we come back from the break. I will see you guys in about an hour. Make sure to do that. We're doing this all in the right order. There we go.